All right, we are recording, and we come back to you all as you finish your little foray into Lorehold, and you go to the teleportation room, quick to go to the next college. And when you teleport in, the same old spiel of you come into a room that's similar but not quite the same. And this one is sort of made of almost a pale white. Uh, it might even seem like metal because you can't see um, the edges of bricks or anything. Um, and it has some potted plants in each corner on these little tables. And as you go to wander around, quick and excited to see what this campus has to hold, you step outside and you see a dizzying sight. I'm going to give you this picture. There you go.
Oh
Mhm.
my
This
god!
bitch got
Yes!
shapes. This bitch got shapes.
This bitch got
Oh my gosh,
shapes.
shapes! This
No,
is
The
it's
fucking
water
water.
is
geometric?
That's
floating!
That's
water.
floating
Yeah,
water.
that's water!
That's water!
That's water in the distance too. Those arches of they're water.
Oh
my
my
god.
god!
What color combination was this again?
Blue
And
green.
green!
Blue and green!
And as you can see, that is a sheer drop around those little platforms in the center.
Oh my god.
Here's a little map of what
Wow.
it looks like. You can
That
see
is
the ocean
so
in the
cool.
distance.
That
Oh,
looks so
cool!
cool.
Oh my god!
Oh, I love this map.
Yeah, you see acres and acres and almost miles of manicured lawns, pristine squares, geometric towers, and all throughout it, lush woodland, the shimmering of the sea, and floating shapes made entirely of water.
What is looking around? Fucking fascinating.
Thanks, I love this campus. It's very cool looking.
It's so cool!
But yeah. What are you guys doing? How you guys feeling about it?
How were we supposed to process this?
I meant it. I didn't know how to describe it to you without like I couldn't portray how bonkers this is. Here's another art of a building here.
You know what? Mativa's just gonna break the silence. She's just gonna say, so none of us have seen floating water, right? Right?
Not to the scale.
Yes, even if Sean were to have floating waterfalls or the like, this is nothing compared to that. It's beautiful.
Oh my light. Probably kind of like shakes his head. He's like, "Right, wish to hear about the dragon."
Yeah, I want to
Yes.
know.
So this college was founded by Tenazir Quandrix, a master of blue and green, the magic that governs physical reality and theoretical abstraction. Through this knowledge, she can alter the physical properties of existence and fill in gestures to the giant fucking things of water, as is apparently evident, as well as gain fundamental understanding and manipulate the flow of thought. She founded Quandrix to nurture the spark of curiosity and those who would pursue knowledge.
Yeah.
we love how many girl boss dragons there are.
There's actually more girl dragons than boy dragons in the founders. There's 3 girls.
Good. We
Oh.
objectify men.
Yeah.
Teeny, could you spell that name?
Yeah, Tanazir Quandrix, I got you.
Also, what was it? It was the magic of blue and green, and what was the description after that? How do you do?
I think it was theoretical and Execution?
Magic that governs physical reality and theoretical abstraction.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here. It's been 5 minutes and I've left you guys speechless already, I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't. Motiva's gonna corner somebody.
Okay, what are you asking? Because I don't want to roleplay just random students.
No, I understand, but I'm not using that as my objective.
Yeah.
What's popping here? What's the cool stuff here?
Oh,
What
what's
can
cool
you
stuff
do?
here? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will list off some things that they would tell you are here. There is. Let me look at my little list of places. Well, there's the aquatic center is on this campus, which has like pools and watery aquatic centers, places with water. There's the Arithmodrome and the Cultivarium. Those are big for students on campus. And then there's like labs and like the co-op and stuff.
Where do y'all sleep?
You see the person kind of look around and squint and then kind of point to like a tower a little ways away and says that there's a bunch of these towers like dotted throughout campus and they have dorm rooms, but it's not just like one dorm complex. There's like in these towers.
Is it a single, a double? Do you share?
You share a floor and a common room, but bedrooms are typically by themselves.
Helen's gonna ask how the water's doing that.
Let me see if they outright say.
And Azir really said, I'm just gonna re-alter existence so I
Yeah,
can make cool water shapes. Thanks.
I think
Yeah.
that'll be kind of fun.
literally.
Yeah.
They would just kind of shrug and say, I mean, I know the theory behind it, but as part of the ones that are like on campus, they're, I guess, considered permanent fixtures. They've just always been there.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it might have just been like implemented when the campus was built.
Someone was also going to ask what the arithmodrome.
Oh yeah,
What
so
was
the
it?
the Arithmodrome. So I'm gonna point it out on the map really quick.
Is that the weird looking circle, square, cube?
Depending on which one you mean, then yes, it's this
The
guy.
cube surrounded by triangles?
Yeah, it's this guy.
Yeah.
And basically, as you look at it, you realize that inside of those shapes is another like solid thing of water. And the student explains that you can go in there to explore theoretical and numerical possibilities because inside of it is an apparently boundless theory space that suspends the rules of reality. So it's like good when you're trying to like figure out like a theorem or like a formula and stuff, because you can just go in there and test it. Some people like doing it in Taurus Hall, and he like points a thumb at like the big spire you just came out of in the center of campus. And he kind of gives like a bit of like a mischievous smile, and he says, but I would be careful not to stay in there too long.
Why?
The rooms move around. The architecture is ever changing. People really like to spread cautionary tales that if you're in there too long, you can get stuck. But I haven't heard of it happening for real.
Another Chekhov's gun.
What was
Yeah.
Are they talking about the building we just came out of?
Yes.
And what's it called again?
Taurus Hall.
Taurus.
Yep. It is mapped to an ever-changing three-dimensional grid, which slowly evolves.
Oh, so the rumor was about the hall that we just came out of, the
Yes.
spire.
Yeah, because it's like all of the teleportation rooms, I'm just imagining, are usually a part of the central building complex of each campus, because I just think that makes sense.
Mhm.
So the teleportation room would be in Taurus Hall.
I can't keep up with all these fucking big words and descriptions. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What's going on?
Reality is bending to my will.
That's what this entire area is, yeah.
Yeah. If you want, after you're done with that, I can also explain the cultivarium and the co-op, just for funsies.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me when you guys are done.
I can't believe we were sitting here slack-jawed for like a solid 5 minutes.
No, yeah, we're 12 minutes in, and we have done nothing because we were just talking about how fucking cool this campus was.
I'm
I
all
love
good.
it.
You can continue.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So the cultivarium is basically a garden of spiraling cyclical plants and fractalized animals. And it's generally where like green mana classes are like held.
Continue.
Yeah, and then the co-op, they would describe is actually called the community co-op, and it's essentially a building that's used by students as a place to exchange items and supplies that they no longer need. So that's like the shop, finger quotes here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all the places that they talked about, except for the aquatic center, but I think that makes sense.
Mhm.
Place for underwater shit.
Yeah.
Warber.
Warber. Yeah, and that's Quandrix. I also kind of want to describe the dorm towers a bit because they're really cool, because basically what they are is like these like pyramidal spikes in like a spiral around a central tower. With like these huge glass windows, and I think that they look really cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Quandrix.
I like how last time you were like, Quandrix is cool, but like, what about Lorehold? And you got to Quandrix, and you're like, nope, this is my house.
Yeah, this is not yet.
all of Phelan's shit about like theories and hypotheticals, and you're like, maybe Lorehold, and then you got here, you're like, I think this is my my character.
It's very cool.
Well, you got all year to explore this place, so
It's true.
Yeah. I kind of want to go to the shop, but I'm also down to move on to the next college if y'all want.
oh, we can explore. We got fucking plenty of time, dude.
Okay, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
wait.
What? What?
We need to find Caddy.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So we'll go to the
Uh,
shop and you guys can explore around a little bit if you want.
Mativa, do you know where a caddy, where we could possibly find them?
Where Cataris is?
Yes.
Nope. I have no idea. I don't know what year, major, or color focus he has.
Oh, perhaps we could try just asking around them?
Wouldn't that be interesting to hear about? I don't see why not.
Yes, but first we can go to the shop, Phelan, if you would like.
I would love to see the shop.
Let's get you an abacus.
Ooh.
Don't sound too excited.
So you guys go and you wander around, and it's in one of the buildings that's more like kind of around these sorts of like these plazas and squares, perfectly manicured and perfectly shaped and symmetrical. Everything on this campus is practically symmetrical, and if not, you think it's on purpose that it's not. And you find a spire to kind of go up a couple of floors as you find a sign and you ask around people, and you come into this room. And it looks to be almost like what used to be like a classroom, because you can tell that there's kind of like a front area with like a desk and like a big board and like student desks and benches kind of pushed to the side. And on these sort of things, pretty casually, pretty like unofficially, there's a lot of like tool sets and items just kind of strewn about. And I will show you the kinds of things you see standing around, and I'll describe the people that are in here.
If it's possible, if we no, wait, never mind. 1 second.
What's up?
Nothing, I'm thinking.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead and describe the people?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, walking around, you end up seeing that there's only like 3 people in here. The most notable is a noticeably thin tiefling, almost worryingly thin, with rich burnt orange skin stretched over every joint of his body, giving him a very sharp look. His eyes shimmer with the same gold as his hair, his curls worn short and broken up by his tall and curling horns. And he seems to be talking to 2 people, one of which is... Where are you? A 7-foot-tall minotaur, slouching in blue and green and gray robes. His fur is auburn and his eyes sky blue. And perched on his nose are a dainty pair of spectacles with a quill tucked behind one ear. And then the other one, talking in this group of 3, is a golden-skinned elf dressed in a forest green uniform cut and fitted with geometric designs. It matches his short blonde hair, which also tinges green near the edges and is braided on one side. Mativa, you would recognize this as Drazimir and Cataris. Phelan, you also know Drazimir.
Yeah.
Motiva's gonna fucking point. I know both of them.
Oh, I know Drazimir.
Let me get you some pictures really quick.
Thank God. We're so fast.
I'm sorry. Here are they. And then I'll give you a picture of the tiefling also.
The tiefling has a fucking picture?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Green-haired dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one guy.
Minotaur.
Minotaur.
Yeah.
I really love him,
Tiefling.
actually.
Oh my God.
Tiefling!
Ooh.
What? What are you laughing at?
I just like Sarah's reaction.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you come into this very obviously repurposed classroom with a bunch of items kind of strewn about, and these three people talking to each other. What are you guys doing?
Motiva's actually gonna ditch everybody and she's gonna go buy some fucking tackle.
Okay. You go and you pick up some fishing tackle. Includes a rod because I'm not a bastard.
Thank you, God.
And there's not really anybody standing around besides these three. So, do you just pick it up? Do you leave any money? Do you go and ask them about it? Like, what are you doing?
Motiva's just gonna go up to them and just say, I have a question.
You see all three of them look to you, and both Drasimir and Cataris, recognizing you, kind of perk up, and they both go to say hi, and then they look at each other because they don't know that they both know you. Did you say you had a question?
Yes.
You see them all kind of give the whole like talking like, oh, I didn't know you knew each other, blah blah blah. But the tiefling looks at you and says, what's your question?
Where do I put my money? I wanted to buy the fishing bait.
Oh, you can leave it with me. I'm the one watching the co-op today.
Oh, thank you. And Motiva drops off the gold.
You see he takes it and he goes to put it in a pouch on his belt. He has a couple different ones, and you see he has one sort of near the front, and he kind of drops it in. And he gives a nod and says, your patronage is helpful. If you have anything you don't need anymore, you can bring it here.
Motiva's gonna look through her stuff. Motiva's going to say, I don't know how much use this would be, but I don't listen to this band much anymore. Would you take this CD?
CD?
It's a music player. If you... Motiva's going to explain how a CD works.
You see that he listens to you very intently, and he nods every once in a while, and he gives a small shake of his head and says, I am sorry, I don't think students here would have much need of it.
That makes sense. That's okay.
You might have a better chance trying to sell it at Silver Linings. That sounds like something a Silver Quill would like.
Is there a market in every college?
Yes, well, student-run market anyway. We have to make our own economy.
And it's thriving. Motiva's going to look at the other two and she's going to say, come here, my little ducklings.
I think Phelan was looking at an abacus and is going to walk up, not with it in hand, and is going to say, hello.
Oh. I'm not gonna lie, besties. I put 3 people here. I don't know how to talk to 3 people. They all greet you. And I think that the elf, Cataris, kind of looks to everybody and says, oh, are you Motiva's friends?
Yes, we are roommates.
Ah, I see. That makes sense.
Phelan's going to look to Drasimir and say, it's nice to see you again.
Yes, it is. I didn't expect to see you wandering around the campuses already, but I suppose curiosity is you have curiosity in bounds, is what I was trying to say. Sorry.
Speaking of curiosity, actually, and Phelan's going to look to the tiefling and say, I was wondering, if I brought in an abacus, could I trade it for another one?
If you brought one in and traded it in?
Mhm.
Is there something wrong with your abacus?
No, it's just from my home, and I think it would be nice to have something from here.
Oh, yes, if it works, then trading is entirely fine.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Oh, I am a spile.
You
Oh,
need to
oh,
type that
this-
the fuck down.
Yeah, I do. Spile.
Also-
Motiva is also going to grab Dove. And she's going to call out and say, "My name is Motiva. And this is Phelan. Phelan, this is Cataris. And you obviously know Jasmine." And Motiva's going to say, "This is Dove. He's our adorable little prince." And Dove, Motiva is going to introduce the other two.
Uh, Dove, do you have a reaction to this?
Mackenzie's fucking dead.
No, you talked as Furby the whole time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't think Dove will let Motiva drag them over. But I mean, I don't know. I guess they just let it happen.
Are you doing anything or like saying anything like after it or?
No, Motiva introduced me.
Oh, I know that's fair, but like you could have like I don't know. I was just giving you the option to like say anything because like I don't know. But I think that Cataris would say, "Oh, a prince, real or fictional?"
Oh, it's not actually. I'm not actually a prince. She just
I
says
see.
that.
A flight of fancy, respectable.
He acts like it. He kissed Rosie's hand.
Wow, she let you?
Yes, she did. I take it she does not typically allow people to treat her as such.
Well, there's always the first time for everything, I guess. I'm surprised you managed to get a hand on her at all, considering how she likes to. And he kind of makes a gesture with his hand that kind of looks reminiscent to like a pinball, like bouncing around.
Well, I think she was quite distracted by my appearance at the time.
Hmm?
Motiva's gonna look over. You should. Don't be vague. Just show him.
Yes, he's very good at it.
I could, yes. Your name was Cataris, you said?
Yes. I guess I didn't fully introduce myself. My name is Cataris de Meloir.
Oh, all right. Yes. Let me give you an example. And Dove will change themselves to look like Cataris now, so just 7 foot tall fucking Minotaur.
No, Cataris is the elf.
Oh, the elf. Wait, who's the Minotaur then?
Drasimir.
Grasimir.
Oh, I didn't know this.
He's like, okay. We got 3 bitches here.
I know, we got 3 bitches here. I'm also having a hard time keeping track of cycling everyone around to talk.
So the elf is Cataris?
Yes.
Okay, so Dove will make themselves look like Cataris.
Okay. I like how every time this happens, I have to think about how people's reaction would be to this, and it's very interesting every time. Give me just 2 seconds. We got 3 bitches here. I gotta think about this. I think that of the three, Jasimir the Minotaur probably looks intrigued but the least impressed. You see Espile, the tiefling, kind of look at this and kind of look at you in a new light, a bit of a sharp look in his expression, and Cataris looks very taken aback, and I think he takes a step back and he says, "An imposter. Are you a mimic? Doppelganger? Doppelganger is the human mimic?"
No, my world does have doppelgangers, but I am something else. I am what you would call a changeling.
Changeling. A ling that changes. I see.
No, 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 no. If it is easier for you to describe myself as a doppelganger, it works essentially the same. I can.
And how does it work? You see, he
Well,
kind of puts his chin on his fists, and he's just like looking at you.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure the specifics of it. I just know that it was a gift that changelings were given very long ago. But I am able to change my appearance, and Dove will change back to themselves, and say, I can change my entire appearance to take on the look of someone else, or I can change minor things about myself, like the cut or style of my hair, and Dove will shift their hair to be like short and wavy, but black in color instead. Or I can change one part of myself, such as my hand, and Dove will change their hand to be kind of this like fiendish red like color with long fingers and like sharp black fingernails.
Gift. A gift,
Yes,
you said?
it's well, it was gifted to us by a god named the Traveler a long time ago.
Ancient boon.
Where I come from,
Fascinating.
changelings are. It is very fascinating. I would like to know more about that if you have any more history of it.
Oh, yes, this is just the simplified version. I imagine it would take very long to describe. Undead will just change back to their typical appearance.
In my world, changelings are, while they are not uncommon on the material plane, they are typically associated with the Fae. I don't think they got their shape-changing abilities as a gift, so I'm very interested in this.
Yes, from my knowledge, a changeling could be associated with the Fae, but our lineage does not come from any sort of Fae.
You see, as you guys are kind of talking amongst yourself, you see Cataris is still kind of posed with like a chin on like fist and is like an ancient boon given by a nameless god. And he looks at Motiva and says, "That's good."
Name is the Traveler.
Motiva just nods and she says, "Yeah, they're from different planes like me. I don't understand a thing anybody says. This is all water down my back, to be honest."
Oh, yes,
We
but
could use
Rosie
this.
mentioned but Rosie mentioned you and said that we should definitely come seek you out. She very much wanted to have me in her guild as well.
Do you want to make characters?
Yes. Yes.
I would love to make characters.
Yeah, I'm not and you see he kind of like goes to like pat his pockets and like look at the other two and says looks at Drasimir and says, "I need to borrow the common room." And he leaves without saying anything.
Also a question for you really quick, God.
Yes.
So Espile?
Espile.
Espile. How was he looking at Dove when they transformed again?
He was kind of looking at you very pointedly with like a kind of sharp look in his eye, and he wasn't really speaking in the middle of that conversation. He was just listening.
Okay.
Motiva's gonna just watch him fuck off.
You watch him fuck off, and a solid 2 minutes passes before he comes back through the doorway and he just stares at you guys. Are you not?
Oh, we're making the
Coming?
characters right now?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what you wanted?
Yeah.
That's fair, I suppose.
I
Motiva's
mean, if
gonna.
you're busy, I can like find you later, I guess.
I already made my character.
You did.
I am interested to see the process for making a character for this game. Phone's gonna look to Espile. Espile.
Yeah.
And we'll give a little bow and say, "It is very nice to meet you." And look to Drasimir and say, "It's nice to see you again." And she'll give them a little wave.
Yeah, Drasimir gives a smile and says, I hope to see you again. And then Espile kind of gives a little crooked smile and a tip of his head and say, I do as well. Have a good day.
It was lovely to meet you. I'm sorry if I took you aback with my appearance. It was highly requested, so I had no choice.
No, it was very interesting. I know you said that it might be a bit complicated to talk about, but I'd love to hear the specifics if you actually know how any of it works.
I can do my best. I am not the most knowledgeable about the specifications of it, but I can see what I could do. There may even be a book on it in the Biblioplex if I'm lucky.
If it's a bit too much work, you don't have to worry about it. And the Spile kind of holds up a hand and says, but if you ever have the time, I'd love to listen.
Of course. Well, thank you. It was a pleasure.
Have a good day.
I'll see you later, Drasimir. Nice to meet you, Espile. Bye.
You see Drasimir give a very enthusiastic wave as you all leave.
And we'll also wave at Drasimir.
Nice. He
I
gives you a
love
wave.
Drasimir.
He's so good.
I think
I'm
he's
gonna
a
make sure you
cutie.
get a 1v1 conversation with him soon. I promise, bestie. He's the sweetest boy.
He's so cute. Speaking of boys, as you guys are walking very briskly across the campus because Cataris is making a very quick pace, he starts kind of chatting like idly, and it's not actually about the characters because he starts talking to you, Motiva, and he says, oh, by the way, you have to try my new pickle.
Oh, what kind of pickle is it?
It's still silver skins, but I messed with the measurements. I think it
you
tastes
make
good.
it yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Is it dangerous?
I mean, not really.
Oh, Motiva looks back. He likes pickles.
Oh, I think you mentioned that.
I'm trying
Yeah,
to get.
they were really good.
I'm trying to get the same sort of spicy vinegar taste of the liquid you gave me that one time.
If you want, I'll give you some of it. I can just give you the bottle.
I can make so many pickles with that.
They have an ingredient list on the back. You can just steal it.
He is going to hold out his hand for it, and the rest of the walk he's going to be reading the ingredient list on the back of your Cholula hot sauce.
Oh my god.
I got an elf addicted to Cholula.
And you guys find your way over to one of the dorm towers that I described to you, where it's kind of got these pyramids jutting out in this spiral. And you go in through the door, and it's just this sort of spiral staircase up. And each floor looks like a library, essentially, like a small library where there's bookshelves lining each wall and some tables and chairs. And there's 4 doors on each floor. And he takes you to the 3rd floor, and he kind of pushes together some tables, and I can show you what this common room looks like because I made this dorm.
Also, very exciting. We get to see a dorm.
Yeah.
This snip is going to be kind of bad because I'm having to do a freeform snip because of the shape, so don't at me.
I don't think anybody has ever added you before during the entire time you've done this game, bestie. I'm gonna be honest.
Thanks. You guys just find a little table to sit at. You see he kind of pushes together 2 tables to bring over 4 chairs. And the light in here is very gentle, and it seems to be coming in from like the top of the tower, which seems to have a skylight, but some vine-like plants growing over it. And he's gonna sit down and he's gonna explain to you how to make a tabletop character for a LARP, which, if you don't know, you guys, it's you have to basically make a character like you do in D&D, but there is actually rules in LARPs, and there's a lot of like hard number crunching that he's like explaining to you as he's asking you what kind of characters you want to play, and it's kind of intensive. He is focused.
Phelan wanted to mention on the topic of numbers that
Yeah.
Rosie had said she could help him with that.
Oh my god, that would be so useful. I'm the only one who keeps track of all of the stats and that sort of thing because it's kind of a lot, and I'm the Quandrix. The numbers aren't hard, but everybody else just kind of leaves it to me, and I'm usually the one who helps to do with like character creation, which means I'm usually the one modding games or like calling out fouls and that sort of thing. But having a second pair of eyes wouldn't be bad. Are you thinking about joining?
Not
I-
this semester, but in the future, yes.
Fair enough.
I would like to play a couple of games if I am able to, though.
Yeah, we can try to get you set up. It's kind of hard to play if you're not in the club because a lot of our club activities are like during club hours. So if you're in other clubs, it's kind of hard to just come over and play. But I mean, if you can find us when we're doing a game, then if you have a character, you can just jump in.
Nice.
Even if you don't show up to a lot of games, you can always come up with like a dramatic reason to show up suddenly. It's very fun.
Yes, it sounds like it.
And as he's talking, you see him go to take something out of his bag, and Motiva, you recognize this because it's what you saw him with the first date, but the other two, you see kind of like a jar of like a red liquid filled with like white orbs, and as he's talking, he just picks some out and just starts eating them.
And I'll look at it and say, "Oh, what is that?"
Can I have some?
Pickle onion, you want one?
I fucking go to pick.
Yeah, he lets you get one.
Sure.
You eat an entire pickled onion. It tastes like a pickled onion, but a little spicy. I don't know what they taste like, but he's munching at them. He goes to look over at you, Dove, and see he's gonna kind of ask, like, how do you feel about all of it?
The character creation?
Yeah, what are your like thoughts and stuff?
Oh, I think it sounds very interesting. I was telling Rosie this. I don't have experience with the game, but I suppose I do have experience with making characters, personas, and the like. I used to technically do something along the lines of this as a job at my family's inn back in my world. We would use the inn rooms and we could dress them up however we wanted and essentially do whatever scenarios a client would request of us.
Oh, you might not have experience with the game, but that's a lot of like what we do that'll kind of give you a good start. I feel like a lot of people like the play and not the character creation aspect of it. So at least you'll have an easy part and like the finger quotes hardest part. And as he's talking to you, he's like looking at you, making direct eye contact, and he picks up his jar and he just drinks some of the vinegar from the jar.
This is why it's Vinegar Pussy NPC.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dub just politely
That's
keeps talking
him.
with a smile.
That's my man.
Oh my god.
I want to
Um,
mention real quick. No, wait, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, Deb was just going to ask. So, I have heard from Motiva your love of pickles. Is that all that you eat?
Well, no, because it's not technically that filling. Not technically that nutritional either, but it is my favorite food.
Oh, that's very lovely, though.
Thanks,
Could make
Roland.
it nutritious.
Yes, I would love to try one.
You take an entire pickled onion, and it tastes like a pickled onion, but a little spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's gonna kind of idly talk about how he makes them in his spare time because there's not really anywhere to buy any when you're at school.
Oh my god.
That's him. This is the man I want to fuck so bad. I will message Panini in the dead of night about this boy.
I also want to just say offhand that my favorite thing about this character is that's not a character trait I gave him. That's in his blurb in the book. That sometimes he eats an entire jar of pickled onions in a single sitting and drinks the vinegar.
Oh my god.
I love him. And as you guys are sort of idly chit-chatting, he's gonna ask Motiva to talk a bit about her character. I pose and I put my head in my hands.
Oh, Motiva's gonna look up and she's gonna, oh yeah, and Motiva's gonna go off about a sequestered gothic princess in like an abandoned forest that somehow like made it out because she was given a message by like an angel. And she's just gonna smile.
And then Cataris talks about his character, which is an exiled elf from an isolated island who now has to wander the land trying to atone for his crimes. And he also shows off his bow, which is this really fancy, like beautifully carved, like bow. And as he is talking about it, you can get the vibe that he does not know anything about this weapon. It just looks cool.
Huh.
It's fun.
Yes.
Also, you guys can stop this interaction whenever you want. I just really wanted to introduce Cataris.
I love him. Because we're making characters right now, yeah? At least
Yeah.
Dev and I.
You're at least doing the numbers. You don't have to actually tell me your actual character idea until you're in a game. But like, Cataris, unless you are politely excusing yourself, is going to sit down and make a full character with you, numbers and stats and all.
Fucking delightful.
Yeah, I just think that's fun. I'm actually going to pause really quick because I have to use the bathroom, but... Okay, Motiva, what were you trying to say?
Is there anywhere I can like fish? Am I allowed to fish on the campus?
Quandrix is kind of really big on like observation and preservation, so I know you definitely can't like fish in any of like the ponds and stuff. You might be able to fish at the beach, but I'm not sure actually.
Can I only fish on Quandrix? Do you know about any other colleges, or should I ask one by one?
I mean, I know that like you can noodle over on Witherbloom. That's kind of fishing.
What?
Oh, like catfishing? Noodling?
This makes sense from what I know of Witherbloom.
Yeah, like you can fish. Like the bog has a lot of water. It just might not be your traditional fishing, but I'm sure you could cast a line if you needed to. It's more acceptable to hunt and gather on Witherbloom as opposed to other campuses, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Motiva is just digging through the tackle box.
Yeah,
She's like
it's
fucking with a pole.
yeah, it's a pretty good selection. The pole is a little weird compared to what you're used to, but you have a pretty good like mix of like jigs and hooks and lures. Some little of like the like fake worms and like frogs and stuff. So it's a pretty good one.
When we go to Witherbloom, I'm gonna see if I can buy a liver.
That'll definitely be the place you want to go if you want to get liver.
By the way, I'm sorry I keep talking to this man. We can end the interaction whenever you guys want.
I can't think of anything else I want to say, so I'm down to move on whenever.
Dev will ask a question really quick of just so with the LARPing club and making characters into like do you have a lot of costumes?
Oh yeah, we make our own generally. I have a couple now because now I've been in the club for a while. But generally on days when we're not actually playing, we kind of get together and hang out while we're making our costumes.
Really? That sounds lovely.
Yeah.
I was actually oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, and then I'll describe what he's doing while you're talking.
I was actually needing to go down to the student resources. I didn't think about it when I was filling out my paperwork, but I do actually need more student uniforms for when I make my personas.
Oh, that would make sense if you can make your body look however you want and stuff. And you see he's kind of rustling through his bag and he pulls out this pretty nice like cloak, and it's kind of got this like forest green with like a really simple but pretty like gold trim, and he kind of puts it on and he says, "I made this yesterday."
That looks beautiful.
Thanks. It took so long, but it looks very nice.
What year are you?
Oh, second year. Wait,
Oh.
let me check. Actually, I have to check. Mia's Panini.
I hold up a gun. If he's a third or fourth year, I'll kill you.
Nyek, 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 nyek. No, he's the second year.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Did I tell you what year Rosie was in?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I just need to make sure I'm not giving it wrong information. But yeah, Cataris is the second year.
What the she points to his uniform. What color focus are you thinking?
He looks down at his outfit that's almost entirely green, and he looks at you.
Sometimes. Well, we do like defying expectations here.
That was a joke.
So I think you're bullying me.
You know, you should be nice to your newest lab club recruit.
I'm so nice.
The nicest.
I'm
so
just
nice.
joking.
I invite you into my home. I give you my precious pickled onions. I walk you through the intensive labor of making character creation, and I memorize your stats. I'm so nice.
Is this your guys' tower thing?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, it's like not technically mine, but this is the floor that I sleep on with my roommates. And he kind of puts finger quotes around roommates. And he says this is kind of just how the dorms are laid out. You have like a floor with like a common room and 4 rooms in it.
Oh, so those two were your roommates?
No, Aspire isn't, but Drazimir is, yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna join his club.
Oh, hey, you might come over here pretty frequently then. And he's gonna point to a door, and he says, "That one's my room." And he points to the one across, and he says, "That one's Drazimir's."
Hey God, does he have other roommates?
I mean, there's 4 doors here.
Oh God.
Yeah, there's 4 rooms to a floor.
I thought that they were just like empty doors in an RPG. Motiva's gonna point to the other doors. Do they not? Are your other roommates ghosts?
No, that one's Talana and that one's Lorene.
Mm-hmm.
They might be there or they might not be. I don't know.
Oh.
Quandric students aren't the most social.
I have
kind
heard that the dorm room culture is different on every campus.
Yeah, so like the whole like vibe here is supposed to be that like we have like these common rooms where we can do like work and reading, and he motions to like the shelves and stuff. And he says, but the rooms are like really small. But they have plants and really big windows to let in fresh air and lots of light. So that we don't never see the sun. As
So-
some people like to point it. It's kind of just a place to go to sleep. And they make it small so that you don't hole up in your room all the time.
I wanna mention because there's like sunlight coming into this room, right? From the
Yeah. The ceiling,
so
yeah.
Philin is sitting here with her parasol up.
Yeah, you are. He got some. He like kind of like shrugs and he says, I could show you my room, but it's not interesting.
Who wants to see a boy's room?
I
Motiva,
suppose
if
I'm
you
curious
certainly
as
sound
to
interested.
I've never seen a room with greenery inside of it.
And he kind of just shrugs and says, I mean, yeah, I don't mind showing you. And he takes you over to the room and he opens the room and it is one of the, I don't want to say it's the smallest room you've ever seen because it's technically not tiny, but it is really cramped. And I'll show you what I mean by this.
Is it like 4 by fucking 4?
There's nothing in here.
Oh.
I mean it. When he said, like, yeah, they do it so we don't just hole up in our room all the time, they mean it.
they knew that they were having a bunch of fucking nerds, and they're like, we cannot let these guys become shut-ins.
We have to make sure they get their vitamin D and their fucking fresh
Can they
air.
get
Yeah.
socialization with other people?
Yeah.
God.
Motiva's staring at those fucking plants though.
Yeah, they are plants. They have flowers.
The onions.
No, these aren't the onions. These are just flowers that the school put there. I buy my onions. But I can show
Cool.
you my setup, and you see he pulls out an elaborate shelf from under his bed that has all of his pickling equipment. And there's a lot of very tiny silver skin onions there as well.
Oh
And like 15 jars.
Hold on.
Me, Ash needs a second.
As you're taking a second, Cataris kind of starts kind of rambling and saying, now, see, the secret of having a good stock is to make a new jar the minute you finish one.
I can believe that actually.
Yeah, I don't want to live in a world where I don't have enough pickled onions to get me through the day.
How many do you eat in a day?
I would like to respectfully not answer that question.
Well, you're allowed to keep things to yourself.
So how do you pronounce his name again?
Cataris de Melowar.
Cataris, I do. It's a simple spell, so you may already be able to do this. But if you're ever going for a certain flavor profile, I do have a spell that could flavor them differently.
Oh? Pickle magic?
Yes.
Yes. Are there? If you have any more left, I can demonstrate. I don't want to do it on just a raw onion.
You see he goes to take out his jar from his bag and kind of shake it to see how much is left. He has about half of the jar from a minute ago left. Hands it over to you.
Give me a flavor profile.
Sour.
He's gonna think really hard. sour with dill. Vinegar, obviously.
Okay, so Dove is going to, again, kind of move their hands around, say a few words, and cast Prestidigitation to flavor just one of the onions as best as they can to fit that flavor range.
Okay.
And they take it out with their fingers and hand it over to him.
He eats it. And he kind of chews it thoughtfully, and he says, "Interesting. What spell did you use?"
Oh, it's called a Prestidigitation.
Oh, but But that's making the onion taste different and not giving the onion a different flavor.
What?
This is disingenuous.
You want
I-
something more physical?
Permanent?
I want to affect how the onion tastes with my pickling. I don't want to take the coward's way out and just make bad food taste good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's not permanent, unfortunately. I'm sure there is a spell out there that could make it more permanent.
He holds up a hand and he's like, "No, it's okay. I get it, and I get where the misunderstanding happens. You were trying to be helpful, and it was a good idea. Thank you."
Yes,
Helen will. Oh, what?
sorry, I did not realize the depth of the art pickling, and that was my mistake.
It's okay. Nobody else
will.
takes this as seriously as I do. It's okay. Go ahead, Flynn.
Helen was gonna pat them on the shoulder and say, "It was a good idea."
It was fun. I don't know what you just said.
He just drinks some more of his vinegar. Just idly. Like a mason jar of onions.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm just standing here like, I did exactly what you said. What the fuck are you talking about?
Weird kid writes! Weird kid writes!
I told you exactly what it could do, and then I did that, and then you're like, it's not good enough. And Dove's like, what? Well, I'm sorry.
-4.
Like, Catter is slamming a hand on the table. You're not taking this seriously?
You're disingenuous. And Dove's like, yeah, it's a fucking spell, dude.
Pickle!
He takes his pickles very
Anyway.
seriously.
Anyway, I now can't think of anything else. We can go whenever you guys want to.
Yeah, this was fun though.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get my water and I'll let you guys leave because you guys have basically explored most places of note here. At least of the starting locations that I have crafted for you. What was the next college you guys were going to?
It was Witherbloom.
No,
cool.
I thought it was Silver Quill.
I thought Silver
Silver
was
was
last because you thought it was normal looking.
Oh, I think so also. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna actually look because I think it was in session planning.
Yes.
Yeah, Silver Quill is last.
That's okay.
Okay, we're gonna go to Witherbloom next. Okay. This is so fun.
Sarah, how are you feeling about Quantrix?
Love it. Philin is gonna live here. She will die staying in those rooms, though. She hopes there will be curtains.
Don't want to wake up bright and early with a searing pain in your face?
Yeah.
Especially
I don't wanna-
considering... Go ahead.
What?
You first.
I was gonna say I don't want to wake up hissing like a vampire.
Also, I would love to remind you guys that the day-night cycle is very different here.
Yeah.
Do you wanna?
Yeah.
Do you guys want to know how long it's dark here? 4 hours.
Yeah.
Simply perish, Flynn. Anyways, let me get my music
Yeah.
together.
I remember looking up the fucking science of 2 cents and being like, oh, my daughter's gonna fucking die.
You guys go over to the teleportation room. Whether invigorated or tired by your interaction with Cataris is entirely up to you. But you go to teleport, and this time when you come into this room, it is entirely made up of wood paneling on the floors, the walls, the ceiling, with sort of wild potted plants decorating the edges of the room. And as you step out of this room on Witherbloom campus, you come out into a hall. And as you go to try to find your way out of this building, you realize that most of this campus seems to be its own building, all made of the same sort of rich wood, lush green carpets. Not as many windows as you would expect. And as you walk out onto a wooden platform into the bog of Sedgemoor, you realize that the building you were in was a hollowed out tree. And I'm going to show you some Witherbloom pictures.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, look at that!
Mm-hmm. And here is the
Cool.
map for Witherbloom.
This is so pretty.
It's very pretty.
oh, what the hell? This is so pretty. What the fuck?
Isn't it?
Oh my god!
And you're in the middle of a complex made of wooden huts and carved out trees, connected by these sort of wooden walkways to keep you out of the mud. I think Witherbloom campus is very beautiful.
This is delightful.
I think Dub will just look around and say, "This place looks like it could come out of a storybook."
Doesn't it?
Every campus that I've been to is so fantastical.
It's gorgeous. Very impressive.
Motiva is actually gonna take a panorama shot of Witherbloom. And it's gonna
Yeah.
look like hell because there's people walking everywhere. But
Yeah, but it is very interesting, and especially like I feel like after you do it for a second, you realize that if you just tilt it up just a little bit, you can kind of crop out most of the people, and you can just focus on the scenery. It's very cool.
While we're here, I'll definitely need to find either a student or a shop to go to because I heard that Witherbloom is the perfect place to get medicinal herbs or any other things like that, and I really need them for tea and alchemy.
Oh, before we start asking around, did you like to hear about the dragon?
Oh, yes, please.
So, this college was founded by Beladros Witherbloom, a master of green and black, the intertwined magic of life and death. Her power taps into the life force flowing through living things and the natural world. She manipulates that energy to give healing and life or to bring death and decay. She founded Witherbloom College to pass on her understanding of the natural cycle.
Another girl boss.
Another girl boss.
Wait, can you say that with Phelan's accent?
Another girl boss.
Thank you.
I also spelled it in chat for you guys this time.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm actually gonna pause really quick while you guys take the notes. Okay, and we're back. What do you guys want to do?
Mativa, do you know anywhere interesting? to explore?
I know the witch's clinic. I could try to take us there and we could harass the teacher.
I don't want to harass anyone.
Oh, it's fun. You have to be a little bit annoying to get things done, you know?
You guys going to the witch's clinic?
Sure.
Yay.
Yeah, so you go over, and Motiva leads you to a building that's kind of a little bit away from the center of campus, and I'll show you an image of it as it's this little hut standing in the middle of a copse of trees.
Ooh.
And you walk over to the little island of moss that it's on, and you walk in. And you see that it has this sort of like a sitting room almost that has these two doorways that seem to have offshoots that you can assume are for like private rooms. And the back shelf is covered in bottles filled with colorful liquids, alchemy machinery, things that you would consider useful for chemistry, arcane, like tables and sigils and ingredients everywhere, mortars and pestles, and it smells strongly of green. And behind the desk, you see, let me get the description really quick. You see a tall and willowy elven figure with olive skin and sharp, intelligent green eyes. But what catches your attention is their fiery red hair, worn long and loose. You see that they turn to kind of look at you, and their expression doesn't really change, but they sort of give a nod and they say, welcome back, Motiva. Is the dosage working out for you?
Yes, it's actually working really well. And she points to the other two and she smiles and she says, "You two wanted to donate blood, right?"
Yes.
Oh, got a pair of donors for us. That helps a lot. Thank you. And you see that there's sort of like a ghost of a smile on their face as they nod. Look to the two of you and say, if you come over here, then I can take your blood.
This is the perfect time to ask Dove.
Ask about what?
Ask where to find things.
I actually had a question if that was all right.
Yes.
So I was told by a student of Witherbloom earlier that this is the perfect place to find herbs and medicine. I was actually interested in buying or trading for some for use in making tea, or other things needed for alchemy.
Did they send you specifically to my clinic or to Witherbloom in general?
Witherbloom in general, they did not mention the witch's clinic by name.
I just wanted to track them.
You see, they give a bit of a chuckle and they start preparing like their needle as they talk kind of idly and say, well, generally the clinic deals in medicines and potions already made. But if you're willing to pay, then I'm just as likely to give you things for herbalism supplies and that sort of thing. Things that can help with health and some alchemy. If you're looking for more ingredients for more benign things like tea, soaps, and the like, it's more common for students to gather them themselves.
Oh, all right. Do you just gather them from the bog around here?
Yes, Sedgemoor.
Sedgemoor, that's right.
Yes. You can go into the bog. It is not counted as going off campus. There are edges to it as well, and generally I would suggest going in bigger groups, but it is more safe than the vast lands.
All right. Thank you so much. And what was your name?
They give a nod and they say, you can call me Nim. My name's Nim Quinolis.
Oh, Motiva keeps speaking about you. It's lovely to meet you.
Really? They just look at Motiva.
The ones I have to choke Dove, like the one Bart meme. Motiva looks up and she says, "Yeah, I actually had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask you."
Okay. Feel free to shoot whenever. And who is going to give blood first? Because Nim is talking as they're doing this.
If it's easier, I can just say that Dev went first while they were asking questions, just because I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah, that's completely fine. Cool. So, I also, Motiva, I want you to roll me a perception check really quick. As you guys are talking and asking questions, Nim goes to insert a needle into your vein. It's not actually connected to anything. It kind of has a sort of apparatus on the end of it. And you see, as soon as they actually tap into the vein, it kind of comes out like a syrup tapper, and they're directly holding a bottle to catch it, instead of like the whole setup that we have in modern times. But they work very quickly and efficiently. Motiva, give me your roll and also your questions.
13.
Okay.
Well, actually, with the ADHD, it would be a 14. And Motiva will say, "I was told that I did something earlier that was similar to a boon witch, and I was curious what that meant exactly."
Oh, a boon witch. So let me get it, because I have it written down in my notes. Don't make fun of me.
It's the echolalia. Don't make fun of me. Countermeasure. You're ableist.
You
Motiva.
La Motiva.
Hmm.
Basically, as you ask that question, their expression doesn't change too much, but there's sort of like an amused kind of glint to their eyes as they focus on what they're doing with Dove, and they say, I'm actually a boon witch. Generally, they are considered any green scholar that brews drafts and makes charms to empower the living.
Yes, I made
Things like
somebody. Oh, go ahead.
medics, shamans, druids, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I made somebody a money jar, and she said that I was like a boon witch, and I just didn't know what that meant.
If you didn't know what one was, I doubt you made a true charm, but if somebody was saying that it's similar enough, you might have a leg up when you actually get to studying. If you come over here, that is.
She also said that it seemed like I would join Witherbloom. I have realized that my hair is a walking beacon.
I had simply thought that was on purpose. You'd be
No.
surprised at how many students try to get through the rule of no college affiliation until they're enrolled.
Oh.
Yeah, a lot of colors on the insides of sleeves, colored scarves, earrings, changing their eye color.
Did you change your eye color?
No. I knew I was coming to Witherbloom, but I didn't feel the need to impress anyone with that knowledge. It's a bit more attention-seeking than I like. And by that time, Nim finishes up taking your blood, Dove. And they very quickly take out the needle and stop the blood. And you see that, you know how like in normal doctor's office they put something on it? You actually see that Nim goes to directly put their thumb on the vein as they bottle they cork up the bottle with one hand, and when they rub their thumb over the wound, it's gone.
Oh, that's very nice.
And they give you a nod and say you're all done. Thank you for your donation. and they go to gently put it on a shelf behind the desk and look to Flynn and say, "Are you next?" And they go to do the same thing to your arm, inserting a needle and catching it in a bottle. As you guys kind of spend some time in this witch's clinic. Witherbloom fangirl era.
Mm.
They are very pretty.
I have a pick crew if you would like to see them.
I
Yes.
would.
Let me get it really quick.
I love
Can
the
I-
art of this place. It's very pretty.
Isn't
Yeah.
it pretty? Witherbloom is so fucking beautiful. Motiva actually house off with another question?
Yeah, they're just hanging out.
Is witchcraft a hereditary thing here?
On Witherbloom? Or on
No.
Arcavios?
On Arcavios.
Not particularly. You can have more of an inclination or more knacks to things. Things can come easier to you, but it's not generally considered something that you only have access to if your bloodline is magic, even though that is a technical way to have an affinity for a certain type of magic.
They do have sorcerers on Arcavios.
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
It's magic that runs naturally through a bloodline. So you are born with the ability to cast magic. It's a type of spell caster usually, but it could happen to one person. It could happen to every member in the family. It's just a natural way to be born with magic, or it could happen later in life.
Mhm.
As
Weird.
opposed to learning the magic.
Witchcraft is supposed to be passed down through families where I'm from. Well, that's what we call spells anyway. I don't know if that's appropriate to say here.
Wait, did you just say that? Did you call spells witchcraft?
Yes.
They just shrug and they say, it's whatever you want to call it. There are definitely witches who practice the craft of magic, so I just suppose it's how you view the magic you're doing and how exactly you do it. Also, I found the pit crew. Please ignore that it doesn't have elf ears, because I can't always do
Ooh.
elf ears, but this is what Nim looks like.
Pretty.
Yes.
Motiva is going to look to Phelan and say, "You always have questions for people. Do you have anything to ask?"
Felin would, as Sarah, Bringlebur.
That's fair, bestie.
She'll probably just ask general questions about like the nature of the flora and fauna of the area.
Yeah, I also can say that I can show you guys the shop table here.
Ew.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
That is a thing I can definitely do.
For the dorm rooms here, I would be interested to know the layout of them.
Oh, yes. So generally, classes are all held in the halls, like Widdershins, Wiltroot. Those are the hollowed out trees essentially that have many rooms, but generally, dorm rooms are in cabins peppered throughout the campus. It generally depends on the size, but generally there's a very open floor plan, able to be more in touch with the nature around you, and a strong sense of community. So there's generally many people in a dorm room.
sounds
Uh,
very lovely.
yes, I thought it was nice, but I am also glad to not be beholden to it anymore.
Oh, are you
Mm.
graduated?
Yes, I'm a teacher's aide. This is my second year working as an aide for the Witches Clinic and occasionally teaching for Witherbloom. Uh, Generally speaking, uh, a lot of the people doing the grunt work at this college are recent graduates, and it's us trying desperately to pay off the last bit of our tuitions. But it's not so bad. A lot of people who get to the point of graduating quite like it here.
Well, I hope that you could say the same for yourself. I would hate if you were stuck here and you did not like it.
No, I quite like it here. And you see they go to finish up taking your blood, Philin. And they go to cork it and put their thumb on the wound and essentially rub it away, and it is healed. And they go to put it on a shelf again and say, if you're friends of Motiva, you might have a similar thought process. Would you like a sweet for your time?
I would not be opposed.
Nim looks at Dove.
Dove thinks for a little bit, but then goes, I think I'll pass, but thank you.
Nim nods and says, of course, and goes to open a drawer in one of the cabinets and pulls out a delicate pink and purple petaled flower and holds it out to Philin.
Oh, she will take it.
Yeah, you take it. It smells very nice.
I will take one of the petals off and put it in my mouth.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. It doesn't taste that interesting when you just put the petal in your mouth, but the minute you kind of nick it with your tooth, it dissolves in sweetness.
Ah.
Yeah, it's a little
Uh,
crunchy, a little nice.
Flynn lights up and says, "Oh, this is delightful."
Yes, it's a snack to help replenish ether, energy, whatever you want to call it. Depends on your school of thought.
Mhm, mhm. If I may ask, and she like gestures with her thumb on her arm, trying to like mimic what they just did. Is that a healing spell or something else?
Oh, yes, I just healed the abrasion on your skin. It wasn't technically enough damage to really need anything big enough, so I just applied some of my own magical energy to stop the bleeding.
Very smart application. Thank you.
Of course, it's no trouble. Once you start getting into the thick of things, you start learning how to do things that aren't exactly on the books, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Oh, while we are here, could I purchase a healer's kit?
Of course. And they go to get you one from behind the counter and hand it over.
Thank you. After hearing the rules of no spellcasting on each other, it would make me feel better if I had a non-magical way of aiding should I need to.
Of course. Though I suppose I will say generally, if it's for healing, even if an investigation happens, I doubt you'll be in trouble for it.
Mhm.
It's more
Fair
of
enough.
an examination. Not every spellcasting on another student is want for punishment. It's just something to be aware of, and it's something that they look into.
Understandable. Still
Uh,
doesn't hurt to have one though.
it's true. It's not bad, especially if it's a day when you've been taxing your own magical energy.
Mhm.
Nim is gonna go look over to Dove and say, "Did you want to buy supplies for your alchemy?"
I was thinking about it. Let me see. See, I kind of want to buy a herbalism kit, but I think I technically have to be proficient with that to get any use out of it.
No, because I told you I was smashing it together, remember?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I will definitely buy one then. Deb will
Yeah.
gesture towards it and say, I think actually getting an herbalism kit would be a great start.
Of course. I agree. And they're going to give that to you as well. And kind of tap it as they slide it over to you and say, if you're looking for materials for this, I'll definitely always have things on hand for it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, as you said earlier, my hobby is more in the line of teas, soaps, oils, perfume. Nothing as fantastical or quite as useful as this, unfortunately. I do try to make, or at least I used to try and make medicines whenever I had the time, though.
Well, this should make it a lot easier then.
Thank you. I appreciate this.
Of course. You guys are paying, right?
Yes, I paid
Okay, cool.
already.
Okay,
Yeah.
nobody mentioned it, so I just wanted to make sure. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, and you get your little kits.
Woo!
And Nim would also give you the spiel of you can always come to donate blood. The Vampiric Student Union always appreciates donations.
Anytime Panini does the Nim voice, I just tune out. It's
Thanks.
ASMR. It's
I
free
love
ASMR.
talking as Nim. I think Nim is very cool.
Yeah.
Something that I think is really fun of note, and I've been kind of mentioning this, but Nim has a very, not deadpan, but non-expressive face.
I've met two Witherbloom students where every time they talk and I'm like, are you happy or sad? Because I can't tell.
Oh, Motiva's gonna pop her head up. Am I allowed to fish here?
Oh, yeah. You can fish anywhere you'd like. Do you have tackle? Meat?
I was wanting to get meat. I was wanting to see if there was any kidneys or livers I could buy.
Let me... You see they go to kind of start fiddling around with some of their drawers and containers. You hear like the sloshing of liquid and glass clinking together as they sort of kneel down behind the counter. And they say, I have some liver, some hearts, but I don't have a lot of true meat. You might need to find Guillaume for that.
Can you give a description?
Yes. Guillaume is about 8 feet tall, a troll, very big tusks, wearing a very stylish outfit with a chef's hat.
We saw him. We've seen him, right? On the first day?
No.
What?
I did see a troll, but he wasn't wearing a chef's hat.
Okay.
You saw an orc.
Oh.
Guillaume is the only troll on campus.
Okay.
Oh, I've actually, I've heard him mentioned briefly. If you can locate him, it'll make you food.
Yes, he is our resident chef instructor. And he makes little pop-up kitchens. He is undisputed as the best eatery on campus if you can manage to find him, wherever he is on that day.
Do you have any tips on how to locate him?
You see, the funny thing about it is that you'd think with such a unique description he would be a lot easier to find. Generally, it would be a good plan to try and memorize where all of the kitchens are, like the test kitchens for classes. He generally likes to pop up around those, but I've also heard stories of him being out in the wilds of Sedgemoor with a campfire, cooking the same things. I suppose you just have to get lucky.
Does make it difficult when the entire campus is in a swamp.
You're not wrong, but I think that's where he gets his fun.
It'll make it very interesting for the 4 years. I'll definitely do my best to find him.
How do you spell his name?
It is Guillaume.
Yum.
Yum.
Yeah.
Yum.
Thank you.
Yum.
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 But other than that, I'm sure you can potentially find, again, student kitchens that might give you chicken legs or the like for fishing, depending on what you're trying to catch.
I'm just curious what they have here. There's usually only catfish in my rivers at home.
There are catfish here. There's also some aquatic mammals. Mostly only freshwater fish. Sedgemoor, near the edges of it, reaches the coast, but it never quite gets brackish, if you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yes, of course. Fishing was a big hobby of mine at home, so I know a lot about it.
Well, you'll feel right at home here. If you make a habit of going out into the bog, try to find me. I'll find somebody who can sell you some waders. It might make it a bit easier.
I'll make sure to find you.
I'm always here.
You're right. Motiva's gonna look to the other two. And she's going to quickly look over. And you don't have to say this in character, isn't it? What else is on the campus?
I will tell you what's on the campus. I can just do it generally like I've been doing. Give me just 1 second. Okay, so let me go look at my locations list. There is the bog. It's separated into Sedgemoor and the detention bog. So this is now when you guys all get to know in character there's a detention bog. The 2 halls for studying are Widdershins Hall and Wiltroot Hall, which are both hollowed out trees. There are the pest breeding huts, which you already knew about. The Witches Clinic, there's some magic research labs, and then the test kitchens. And that's all that's here.
Lynn is going to perk up and look to her friends.
No, we're not going to the pest breeding grounds.
Alright.
We can go there with you if you'd like, but I think I will pass on going inside.
No, it's alright. I can go by myself later.
You might want to go with faculty. They can be a bit unruly when they're all together. If you're curious about pests, I can show you mine.
Oh, I would love to see.
Yeah. And you see Nim kind of look around and look above a shelf in the corner that has some potions, and you hear them say a little ah. And they go and they raise up their hands and they pick up a wriggling little spiky worm from on top of the shelf. And they kind of go to hold it on their like forearm, like you would like a chihuahua essentially. And they bring it over and kind of like hold it out and say, my current one, this one is Matthias, but we'll see how long he lasts. And they wiggle him at you.
Oh. Flynn's gonna look it over and say, is it safe to pet?
No, I would not recommend it. They will bite you.
I see.
Yes.
Hello, little one. And she's just gonna coo at it.
Nim just gives a bit of a chuckle and says, by the time you've been around them as long as I have, you kind of just get used to the nibbling.
Mm.
Like a wormy ferret.
I do have a question. So you said that you would see how long this one lasts. Do they have a short lifespan, or does it have to do with the magic?
It is the magic. They generally have a short life expectancy, but that's different than a lifespan. Motiva might have mentioned this to you as she got to see it firsthand, but pests are what Witherbloom students use when they need more reserves of magic without having to sacrifice their own.
I see.
Hmm.
That's understandable.
I could have used that earlier.
You're welcome to a pest if you'd like.
I have already exhausted myself trying to use a spell.
Mia's Panini sucks to suck, anyway.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yeah, as you guys are talking, Nim goes to set Matthias down on the counter and he starts wiggling around and making gross little noises. I love pests. They're so weird.
I think,
I
listen,
love them.
vacation, I think they're adorable.
Yeah.
They're kind of cute in like a scrungly way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Nim's
Like a-
little scrimblow.
Their little meow. Sorry, their little meow meow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It
Gonna
was they
eventually.
them, right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, it's they them only.
Okay.
Motiva's gonna look to everybody and say, "Okay, let's get this circuit done."
Yes, to Silvercloud. Silvercloud.
Silverquill.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll go over to Silverquill and I'm gonna get the new music really quick. Actually, I have to pee. Give me a second, I have to pause.
Good luck.
Okay, and you guys go over to the teleportation room for the last campus on your little circuit. And you go and you teleport. And you come into a room made of white and black marble with elegantly decorated walls and a nice rug, a lithographic painting in one corner. And as you go to leave, you see a sprawling and massive campus. Motiva, if anything, it looks almost similar to Roman classical architecture. This is the most recognizable place you've seen since you've even gotten here. And I will show you the scale of this place.
What
Ooh.
the fuck?
Holy
You can
shit.
you can see people down there for scale, by the way.
Oh my god.
Why
Here
are
you
all
see
the goddamn buildings so big?
big.
These dragons are bitches.
Big. Anyways, you see these sort of big vaulting buildings, cathedral-sized buildings. Large pillars with pen nib architectural accents, pools and fountains and grand walks and archways. And you are on Silverquill campus, and I'll show you the map.
Give me that.
Silverquill.
Give me that
Quill.
dragon lore, baby.
Yes. So, this college was founded by Shadrix Silverquill, a master of black and white, the magic of light and shadow, and he focused that magic through communication. Shadrix's words thrummed with power, inspiring his allies and demoralizing his enemies. He established Silverquill College on the principles of eloquence and leadership, seeking to produce leaders who would go forth to guide others.
Oh my god, this is the poli-sci fucking campus.
Smiley face.
Black and white. It was black and white?
Yes.
Light and shadow. Okay.
Simple. To the fucking T. I corner a student.
You corner a student. Okay, what is your question? Just what's on the campus?
What's on the campus? Where do people sleep?
Nice. I love when it's simple. Okay, let me go to locations list. Okay, so there is Silver Linings, which is a little boutique where students and professors of Silverquill can buy and sell things. It has a focus on things like writing, tool sets, that sort of thing. And there are rumors that even rarer items can be found here if you only know who to ask. And then the student gives you like a wink. And other things here, Grand Loft Hall is where classes are. As far as things that are interesting, there's the Rose Stage and the Dramarium. And then in the Dramarium is the Grey Room. And then two places that are kind of interesting, but only if you're really Silverquill students, are the Hall of Semantics and the Loquacious Lyceum.
Where's the Grey Room?
It's in the Dramarium.
Where's the Dramarium?
I will point to it. Give me a second.
We're going.
What
Panini's
was
been hyping
the-
up this goddamn place. Go ahead.
We gotta go. What was the last thing after Hall of Semantics?
Hold on. Loquacious Lyceum.
I'll ask you to.
I'm gonna give you a snip right now. Don't worry,
Yeah.
besties.
My god.
Loquacious Lyceum.
Delightful.
You're welcome. On the map, the Dramarium is this big fuck off thing.
Oh, Jesus.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, do you want to go there like immediately?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've been hyping it up.
Right now.
Yeah.
We're going.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So, you go. And you go to this building, and it's this big. It looks almost like a complex, but it's still the same like scale as all the other buildings here. And as you walk in, you see that there are two very tasteful plaques that are like black with like a gold like filigree to them. And in one direction it says Dramarium, and then one direction it says Grey Room.
We going. Step.
Grey room.
Grey Room
Grey room.
time. So you go and you kind of walk through some hallways, and as you sort of get further in, you realize that it is sort of a sequence of rooms. And as you walk, your heels clicking on the marble, you open up a door and you see one room that has shelves upon shelves of bottles and pressed powders and creams, makeup, with huge walls of mirrors. You open another door and you see a room entirely made of mirrors with dance bars on them. you open another door and you see a full bathhouse. You open another door and you see essentially like those places where you can like step down into like bubbling jacuzzi baths. You open another one and you find a sauna. It is an entire spa complex in this building.
Matilli is my man. Yes, you fucking hooked me up. Fuck.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. You want your
Motiva's
skincare?
starting.
You want your mud
Motiva's starting.
masks?
Motiva's gonna start removing her jacket and she's walking towards the sauna.
Yeah, you can do that. You start like taking off pieces of your outfit.
Oh my god.
You're going. You slowly get more and more undressed as you get to the sauna, and I don't know how undressed you get for this sauna, but it's a good sauna.
I sit.
You sit. Are you still in like your underclothes, or are you like naked? Like, what are you doing?
Is there any towels?
Yeah, you can grab a towel.
I'm gonna be naked and wear a towel over me.
Yeah, you sit in a sauna. You leave your friends. No, nothing. No questions. No hesitation. And you are now in a sauna.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to do?
Philin is gonna look for like skincare stuff.
Yeah, so you go into that first room that has all of the shelves and bottles, and you, as you kind of go through all of the shelves, you see that it's not only makeup, but it's also things like skincare, it's things like hair care, it's all self-care things to help with your appearance. So you go to a section that has things like lotions and face creams and like makeup remover and that sort of thing, like serums and stuff. Do you pick up anything?
Yes, I'm picking up many things because, fun fact, Miss Abria made it canon that in Jorhas they have very rigorous skincare routines.
I love that. That's very on brand. And something you notice as you do that, you pick them up, and nothing happens. Nobody comes and talks to you. But you see out of the corner of the room, from what looks like a little decorated bowl, that was filled with like black liquid. You see that it starts to come up and form into like a globular little floating creature, that opens a little hatch, picks up exactly what you got, and floats it over to the shelf to restock the shelf. And then it goes back to
Holy
its little
shit.
bowl.
Oh, little
Oh my god.
I'm gonna show you a picture of these creatures.
Oh my god.
Dove joins Phelan for this because I think Dove is immediately taken with like the makeup, skincare fucking room. It's amazing.
Creatures.
Oh my god.
Inklings! Oh.
Yes.
Oh, little
La creatura.
Little scrunglies. And they're restocking the shelves. As far as you're aware, nobody's telling you have to pay. You can just get skincare items from here.
I could just get. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can
Philip's
just have
taking
them.
so much shit. She's Philin coming here. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to take all my skincare stuff with me. Whatever will I do, Philin? Now, thank fucking god.
Yeah.
Just got an update on Dove's commission, and the outfit looks really good.
Show me right now. Show me
Okay,
right
I have-
now.
Wait,
I'm
pause
gonna
it
send this
first.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I do have to pause. I have to pause. Okay, and we're back.
I do think Dove has joined Phelan in kind of picking up some products. I think not as much makeup as more just like hair care,
Mm-hmm.
skincare, stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely think that tracks also because I want to say for the record that none of this stuff is technically stuff that would be like in a disguise kit. Like you would have to buy a disguise kit as a complete kit, but it's just like stuff
Mhm.
that's nice, you know?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Dove will thank the little inklings as well whenever they like go to like restock the products. I know they probably can't say anything.
They make a gurgly little noise. They like separate and jiggle a little bit and then come back together in a little sort of display of like being happy.
Oh.
And then they go to rest in their bowl.
Oh, the bowl.
Yeah, I hope you like my Scrimblows. There's so many
I love
Scrunklies
them.
on Strixhaven campus.
Why are all the
I love
mascots so
them.
scrunkly?
I loved it.
Our school mascots: ugly ass cougars, bulldogs, huskies, Strixhaven, Scrumbelows.
I think Dove will just take a seat in front of one of the mirrors in here and just start doing some skincare.
Yeah,
Yes,
feel
and
free.
Phelan,
They have good lighting in here.
I want Phelan and Dove to exchange skincare tips.
Oh, Dove absolutely would be happy to share.
Fuck yeah.
Speaking of, I suppose since we're on the topic of skincare and beauty and the like, Phelan, if you're ever curious about trying out a different hairstyle or trying out makeup or anything appearance-wise, and you're not sure how it would look on you, changelings are great as models, and I could just take on your appearance and try out a different hairstyle or the like for you. Just tell me whenever you need it.
Flame goes, Vex says, oh, thank you. I had a member of my band help me with that once.
It makes the dress up montages a lot more fun and interactive.
Yeah.
Should we let Motiva know whenever we're leaving? I don't know how long she'll be in the sauna for.
Someone's gonna look in the direction of the sauna. Perhaps letting her know we are going, but I think it is safe to assume that she will not be joining us for quite a bit.
Alright, I'll finish up this little bit of skincare and then I'll go tell her. Or you can, it's up to you.
I think I have one more thing to do. And she's gonna go back to.
I'll go let her know then. And Dove will wander down the hall until they get back to the room with the sauna.
Hmm.
Motiva?
Mm,
What is she like cocked the fuck out?
I do imagine that she is just neck back, chucking a piece of wood,
Hmm.
towel barely on, hair up. She is not there. That is not Motiva.
That
By
is
the
a
way,
creature
are we
in the
like
sauna.
alone? Are we alone in these rooms right now?
I definitely think that this area, the Dramarium, and especially the Grey Room, which is actually a series of rooms, which I think is very funny. I actually think that there's a lot of people coming and going and a lot of people using the facilities. I just didn't feel like putting like a named NPC here.
No, that's very fair.
Yeah.
Dove will speak up though and say, kind of a bit humored by this, but says, Phelan and I were finishing up the skincare in the kind of makeup room, but I think we were going to leave afterwards. Is that okay?
Mm. Mm-hmm. And Motiva's gonna slowly get up, and she's going to do something. She's going to take another piece of wood and she's going to knock it on a chair 3 times and then chuck it into the fire, and then she'll leave.
Yeah, and then you leave and you get dressed and you are sweaty but invigorated.
Phelan stepping out of the makeup room, glowing like a newborn baby.
Yeah. You're so
Whiny.
fucking moist looking right now. Something I also want to point out, because I was talking about how busy this is, I actually think something very interesting that you would notice is that most places on campuses, there are some other people from other colleges that are kind of like walking around because you can cross culture, like take classes. This is the biggest mix of college like distribution that you've seen outside of like the Biblioplex. So you feel like a lot of people come here for the amenities, which fair. It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys want to do next? You still have a couple places on campus that you like heard about, but you don't technically know what they are.
Yes. I wanted to find someone to ask about the Hall of Semantics and the Loquacious Lyceum.
You are
Yeah.
trying.
It's so
Hmm?
it's really weird. Yeah. But yeah, you can find somebody. I definitely imagine you find a silver quill to ask because it's a silver quill specific thing.
Yeah.
And this is when I tell you, silver quill is fucking wild in, because the Hall of Semantics is kind of like it's like a lecture hall, but it's used for simulated debates and for practicing oratory performances. So it's like a place to go specifically to hone your, I guess, speechcraft, essentially. And everything there is focused specifically on the power of spoken word. Um, and the Loquacious Lyceum, the Silver Quill would actually tell you that it is a secret training ground for elite Silver Quill students, and they cannot talk about it to people outside of Silver Quill.
Oh.
Yeah, and they like shrug and they say, "I signed a paper. I can't talk about it."
Understandable.
Yeah. If you get into Silver Quill, though, then you can find out.
What a good initiative.
Wow, that really is. Holy fuck, hello?
Yeah. Like, I'm sure you could definitely try to weasel that out of somebody eventually, but generally, people aren't going to talk about it because they are told not to.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't mean to presume, but I feel like if it was any easier, then I think we would be coming here most mornings to get ready.
I
Very
like
true.
I like thinking about how it would be the best way to get ready, but you would have to go all the way to the Biblioplex and then all the way here just to do anything.
Yeah.
It would be easier if you were silver. Why do I want to like die when I say that? Why is it so hard to say?
Silver quill.
Silver
Quill.
quill.
Silver Quill.
Motiva's gonna nod and say, yeah, it makes sense that they have all of this stuff, though. If they're trying to be leaders and stuff, they have to be willing to give out amenities and stuff.
It does sound like a lot of pressure. I can imagine that the self-care is nice.
I am interested in visiting Silver Linings.
Oh yes, I would be as well.
Let's go, let's go.
Yeah, so
Let's
you
go,
go
let's
over to Silver Linings, and it's in its own little like well, no, there's no like little buildings on Silver Quill. You're right. It's on a side room in one of the bigger buildings in Silver Quill, and it's decorated beautifully, with sort of these white marble walls, this plush black carpet with gold rugs and decorations on the walls. Um, and you see it's set up in sort of a boutique style, so it looks like a more traditional store. And you see students are coming and going, kind of chattering and like looking around at things. It looks similar in vibe to like a bookstore because the majority of things sold here have to do with the written word. So I'll give you like examples of things you can buy from here. And you see that there is sort of a woman milling around and talking to people, and I'll describe her really quick if I can grab her description. She is a half orc, tall and plump, her face round and inviting, especially with a tusked smile on her face. Her gray skin goes nicely with her dark brown hair, worn long and braided, and she's dressed in a colorful but practical dress with a knife at her belt and bare feet. And she sees you guys kind of looking around, taking everything in, and she walks over to you and she says, "Well, hello there.
Hi.
Can't say I've seen you all around."
Motiva.
She is taller than you, Motiva.
I know, I am looking.
Oh my god. Hello. No, sorry. Dove will just say hello. We've seen her before.
Yes.
Motiva's going to wave and she's gonna take out her Metallica CD. Do you know if anybody would be willing to take this?
You see her go to pick it up gently from your hand and say, and what is this?
I explain a CD to this poor woman.
Okay, I want you to do something for me. I want you to roll me a charisma.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No.
We saw her at the tavern, didn't we, Panini?
Yes.
Okay.
You saw her talking to, I believe, Neri.
I want to kill myself. I.
Ooh. 7's bad.
7 is bad. Technically, it's an 8 if you want to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as if that makes a difference, my love. You go to explain it, and you feel like you explain it relatively well what it is, but she's kind of like looking you over as you talk, and by the time you're done, she actually kind of laughs. It doesn't sound mean-spirited, and in fact, it sounds like amused, in this hearty, warm sound, and she says, "You're really bad at selling things, you know."
I am a musician. I'm not a salesman.
That's fair. I could probably take it, but I don't think you'll be getting nearly as much money as it's probably worth. I'm unsure of the market for it.
It cost me like $30. I don't know how much that is in gold.
Tell you what, I'll give you 1 gold for it.
I, Ash, know that that's not how much this is worth.
She looks like all of you have a pretty good passive insight. Motiva is medicated, yes, so Motiva gets a +1 to, well, no, actually, do you get a plus? No, you only get a +1 to perception, don't you, because you're distracted?
It's perception, yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't get the +1 to the charisma.
Okay, I'm not sure how it works. I was just like, wait.
No,
if you
that's
want,
a good
I can
idea.
send you guys the rules later.
Yeah, it's really cool. I really like it if you're ever curious about it. But yeah, so it would still be the 7. But it's okay, because a 7 versus an 8 isn't a big difference. It's still a fail. But all of you guys have a pretty good passive insight. And it seems that she is not pitting you in a mean way, but is like, I'll give you a little bit of money, kid.
Motiva will shake her head and say, "No, it was a collector's item. I'll just have to see if I can find a market for it. It's more
That's
of a
okay.
historical thing than anything."
Oh, that makes sense. I hope you find somebody who'll buy it.
Probably not here.
Maybe work on your sales pitch and you'll get a bit better luck, huh?
What? I noticed that you have some perfumes around here. What kind of scents are they?
Oh, just about anything you can find. Silverquills tend to like florals, understated tones, sandalwoods, that sort of thing. But there's some more eccentric ones in here for the occasional mysterious type.
What kind of perfumes do you like?
uh, she gives a bit of a laugh and puts her hands on her hips and says, I like a bit more of natural vibes. Things like musk, grain, grass, that sort of thing. Maybe a hint of herb. But I'm not too fancy. And
Thank you.
here's art of this character, by the way. I worked really hard to snip it without any of the text showing.
Ooh!
Pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty.
And I will say, because you can see the bird, you do see that there is a raven occasionally flying around and sitting on things.
What was your name, by the way?
Cinder. And she holds out a strong hand and says, my name's Cinder Islet. What's yours?
Oh, my name is Dove. Dove does the thing where he takes her hand and kisses the knuckles if she allows it.
She definitely does, and you see her grin gets a bit bigger, and it's like, well, you're a charmer, aren't you? You're gonna be a killer on this campus.
I have not technically thought about what campus I would be a part of, but Silverquill does sound interesting.
You don't need to be a part of Silver Quill to charm all the Silver Quills. I just mean
That
people
is
here will
very
like
fair.
you.
Well, thank you. That is a confidence booster.
Oh, my name is Motiva.
Nice to meet you. And she goes to give you a handshake as well, and a tip of the head.
I give the two-handed handshake.
Oh, that's cute. Real earnest. I like it. And you?
I think Falin is currently like looking at a set of calligrapher's supplies while holding a journal. Before looking up, say, hello, my name is Falin," and going to shake her hand.
Yeah, nice to meet you all. Glad to see you all in my shop. If there's anything that interests you, feel free to catch me or my boy's attention. And you see she kind of nods her head over to the bird.
What is your boy's name?
Jericho.
Can I feed your boy?
Yeah, do you have anything to feed him? It's okay. It's okay. Oh, here. And she goes to take your hand and place a small, like, hardened piece of, like, jerky in it, essentially. And she goes to look over and whistle and say, "Come here, boy." Jericho. And you see he kind of goes hop a little bit and flies over. And he mimics the Jericho.
Oh.
Motiva looks the happiest she's ever looked today.
The Zavala Goth one.
Yeah.
Can I take a picture of him?
I mean, yeah, if you would like to.
Motiva's gonna take a picture.
Thanks
Can
for
you
letting
do-
me not do the song and dance of figuring out what a picture is every time.
No, it's fine. Motiva's gonna actually also ask if Cinder can do the Jericho and the echo thing.
Yeah.
And she then take a video of that.
She does it. To please the crowd of first years that are very impressed by her bird, and gives Jericho a little treat from her own pouch. And you still have the one in your hand.
I go to feed this. You're a very good bird.
Good bird, Jericho.
Oh, Jericho!
He like fluffs his wings and hops a little bit. And she
Falin
goes to
gives
like,
a little clap.
yeah. Cinder goes to like a scratch under his chin. And is like, yeah, yar.
I could die right now.
Don't do that.
I've always wanted to hold a bird.
Do you want to hold him?
Really? Can I?
Yeah.
Motiva's gonna start like hopping and like fidgeting. She looks too excited.
Yeah, it's fair. You see, Cinder goes to gently scoop up the bird, and I don't know how to describe it besides how we pick up Lily, where it's like not both hands under the feet, but like one hand under the chest, one hand under the tail, and goes to deposit the bird that's behaving very nicely into your hands. He
Motiva
nibbles
has
at
nothing
your
to
arm
say.
a little bit.
Yeah, Motiva has nothing to say. You guys can talk as much as you want. Motiva's not gonna say anything for the rest of the time here.
Bird time.
Bird time. Flynn's gonna hold up the journal that she grabbed and say, "May I purchase this?"
Oh yeah, of course. And you see Cinder goes over to go to take your money and give you a journal.
Woo.
Something of note that I would like to say about all of these shops now that you've seen them, is I mentioned this a little bit in the Lorehold section, but if there's ever a thing that you want that you think would be at one of these shops, you can come to me, or you can just be like, hey, I want to buy this thing, and I can just tell you exactly where you would know to go to get it. So these are just the stock lists that I have written up right now, but if there's ever anything you want that's specific, you can come to me and they'll probably have something if it's in their repertoire. Yeah.
Is there a specific person that makes the perfumes, or is it just sold to you by various students or faculty?
Some students make it, but if anything, this isn't necessarily from the campus. We just sell it because Silverquill students like it, so it gets us money.
That's very fair. I love making perfumes when I have the time, so I was just curious is all.
Oh, that's fancy. If you ever make some and want to make some extra cash, you can come over to me, okay?
Oh, sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll save us money compared to having to import it all the way from the other towns anyway.
I'm sure it can get very expensive.
Well, Silverquill's expensive.
I've noticed. I've heard some interesting things about the students here.
Oh, is it, did you hear the one about how all Silverquill students are cutthroat, or are you talking about the one where they tell you to be careful of Silverquill women in particular?
Both, actually. Both. I've heard
Mm.
both of those.
Don't worry, that second one's true. And she gives you a wink.
I'll have to keep on my toes around you then. I can't let my guard down.
But in all seriousness, Silverquill isn't bad. It is a bit more competitive than any of the other colleges, but that's not a bad thing when you think about the sort of studies that it focuses on.
No, it does very much track with what we've learned about Silverquill. I think I will pass on buying anything because
That's okay.
I want to really make my own perfume first.
Yar. Understandably.
I have nothing to add to this conversation. I have a bird.
You have
You
a bird.
Actually, could we pause really quick? I have to feed
Yeah.
Lily dinner.
All right, we are unpaused. Oh, blah 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 blah. If there's nothing else that you guys want to talk to Cinder or do on Silverquill, then we're gonna have you guys go back to the main campus. And we're gonna do this section a little bit quickly, but there will still be a bit of time to roleplay here and there.
Oh, I got nothing.
There.
Well, what?
Sarah, you can go first since you had that question.
Okay, I wanted to go to student resources and basically just ask if it was possible to like send letters back to our homes.
Yeah, okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and move us back over to the commons as you go back to Central Campus. I'm also just gonna go ahead and put the change the music to, well, I'll change the music in a second actually because this is going to be super quickly. Basically, you go to student resources and you go and talk to Doriga, who's the kind of only person of note around, and she would actually explain to you how contacting your home works. Because essentially, throughout the year, you guys are allotted a certain number of plane shift spell scrolls and sending spell scrolls to contact your family. That's why they needed the grounding items. So you can come and request a sending scroll whenever you want. But there is essentially like a limit. I haven't decided the number, but if you just get a lot in a year, I'll just tell you when I feel like you've hit it. So you have the chance to get a scroll to sending directly to your home instead of just a letter.
No.
Yeah.
Delightful.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and pick up one while you're already here, Falin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it takes a little bit of time. It takes about 20 minutes to write the spell scroll, and they hand it out to you and write down that you have gotten one sending spell scroll for the year. Yeah. And then Dove, you wanted to ask about uniforms?
Yes, I wanted to ask Doriga if I could get I'll say just 3 other first year uniforms for now, and explain like personas, why I would need them, so on and so forth.
Doriga is gonna go and add that to your accommodations on your form. 1 second. Yeah. Doriga kind of looks through some files and some paperwork. And it goes to say that there's actually a couple spares that they already have for first years, but there's only 2, and that she can give you those. They're usually made for the start of the year.
Well,
but
1
hopefully
second,
it's
pause.
1 second. But basically, yeah, Doriga just explains that they have 2 to spare that they can give you. But otherwise you might have to like commission a student or a teacher to make you some.
Dove will just say that's perfectly all right. So that would just be 2 extra uniforms on top of
Yeah.
my own.
Yeah, so you would now have a total of 3
3. Okay, yeah, that's
first year
perfectly fine.
uniforms. Okay, yeah. And that's that. Motiva, do you need anything from student resources while we're here?
No.
Okay, cool. So then we go about going into Twilight. Do you guys think that you would, since you're already walking around, stop for your dinner now, or do you think you would hang out at your dorm and then go get dinner later and then sleep? What do you guys generally do with your evening?
I think Dove would prefer just going to get dinner and then just going home to like stay home afterward, if that makes sense, since we're
No,
like
yeah.
already here. But
think-
it's up to the other 2 as well.
Yeah.
I can't say Motiva would disagree with that mode of thought.
Yeah, okay. I think that that's definitely a reasonable idea. I feel like that's how also I like to do things. So, you sidle over to the Bow's End Tavern, and now I get to officially change the music. But you come to the Bow's End Tavern, and it is just as bustling as it is every time that you have seen it. We're gonna do this dinner a bit differently. Since I want to very quickly get to classes, I'm basically gonna roll on my encounter table that I've crafted and tell you the kinds of people that are here tonight and what they're doing. And you guys, either as a group or individually, can tell me who you spend your dinner with. Yeah, and you can also tell me if you like buy any drinks or whatever. So let me get my little encounter table. Okay, so there is a bustling crowd here at the Bow's End Tavern, and of people you recognize that you see here tonight as the twilight starts to stretch on. As you see, Javanish again is working at the bar, making drinks and talking to patrons. You see Rowan is at a table talking to 2 what looks to be Witherbloom students. You actually do see Nim and Adan Kai in their back table, hanging out and talking. And you also see Chad having a drink at the bar. And then also because of what we discussed yesterday, Aurora is performing on the patio out front. So, do you guys want to hang out together and just have a vibe time? Do you want to hang out with anybody at the bar?
I think. Okay, Philin is down to just eat with her friends, but she would also at some point like to walk up to Rowan and Chad to ask them if they would like to join in Harvest Close Feast tomorrow.
Oh, you're asking, did you say Rowan?
Rowan and Chad.
Rowan and Chad? I think both of them would definitely be interested in it, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so you have 2 yeses. What did the other 2 of you want to do?
Motiba,
Dove.
you go first.
No, you go first.
No,
No. Yeah, I insist.
I don't have an idea. You go.
You also can just hang out by yourselves. Like, it doesn't have to
No,
be a
that's
big thing.
lame.
Motiva was gonna hang out with Chad.
Nice.
Okay. I feel like Dove will get their dinner and probably just stick to water because we've already been spending enough money today. And I think Dove will go hang out with Rowan because I've technically been wanting to talk to her more as well. We don't have to get into it tonight or anything. We could do it like later, but
Yeah, I think that would be fun to do a mini session of since you want to talk to a specific person to like talk to them. So we can definitely do that later, but you all spend time with some friends and hanging out. And unless there's anything of note that you guys want to do at the bar outside of interactions, we can have you guys go back home.
Home.
I also wanted to ask Aurora if she wants to come.
Yeah, I want you to roll me a persuasion to ask Aurora.
Persuasion.
Here.
That isn't that one.
uh-oh.
She kind of stops playing as you come up to like have a talk with her, and the longer you go to explain it, the less enthused she looks as she kind of sullenly goes to look away and kind of just mutter that she's busy then.
Ooh. Ooh.
Philin will just kind of just nod her head and say, "Oh, it's okay. I understand. Have a good rest of your evening."
She doesn't say anything as you walk away.
Oh no, that's even worse. Okay,
I'm sorry, Vesty.
I'm gonna cry.
No.
We can't all be winners.
Can't all be
Not
winners.
once be not once.
Not once be
Yeah.
not once. And it also is Aurora. Okay.
Gotta
so,
keep up her cool persona.
as you all have your varying levels of success and fun, you have your fill and you go back to the dorm room. By this time, the last sun is low in the sky as you come to settle down for the night after a long day. And to your surprise, actually, Ashan is already here. You see that he is laying on his bunk, a leg crossed over one knee and head resting on an arm, and he seems to be reading a paperback book. And he kind of gives a really like bland greeting to you guys if you greet him upon coming home.
Yes.
Yes.
Dove would for sure.
Yeah.
And he kind of just gives a bland repeat of whatever you guys say.
What book are you reading?
Honestly, it's pretty trash. I just found it in the biblioplex today. You see he goes to, like, squint over at the three of you, and he looks at you, Flynn, and he says, "Where are you from again?"
I am from a world called Exandria.
And you see he goes to close his book and toss it at you.
No.
Hello?
And he says,
I
"Guess what I found today?"
look at the book.
It is a book that, at first, I feel like you feel intrigued and interested. And as soon as you see the title, I feel like that drops almost, as it is a infamous book where you're from. As you
Oh,
see a
no.
worn copy of The Courting of the Crick.
Flynn is gonna make a face.
As you make a face, Sean goes to sit up where he's sitting, and he goes to idly say, "Found her some of the books that they say are from around the multiverse today."
Flynn is just gonna sigh and kind of put her hand over the cover to like hide it from herself.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it's
That's the.
And is just going to say, "This book is very insulting. The title has a slur in it."
Motiva will
think-
flip it.
Do you think we could ask them to remove it from the library?
You see a Sean kind of go to shrug a bit and say, "I'm sure you can ask, or at the very least, get it put somewhere where you don't have to see it. But, as I said, it's pretty garbage. I can believe that it's not good, either in
Yes.
technicality or what it says."
It is an Empire book made specifically for the purposes of, well, it's not good.
We
And
love
we'll just-
propaganda and exoticism, baby!
Yep.
Yeah!
Have you read any other books?
Yeah, I found this other one. It's like a book about plants. It's pretty interesting because it's got like pictures, but they're very realistic looking. And he goes to hand over another book he has, and it's another kind of like paperback book, but it's one of those ones that's like a lot bigger. It doesn't look like a novel. And the title of it says "The Flora of the Northern Territories." But as you look through it, Motiva, you see that this book is about plants in Canada.
Motiva thinks for a second, and she just says,
Hey, Sean,
Yeah.
are you trying to learn about us?
You see he gives you a really deadpan look, and he says, "No, it's just the first interesting section of the library I found."
Insight check.
Yeah, insight check if you want.
Even if it is just like, oh, it's the most interesting thing, these are very specific books.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, very interesting.
Very
Sean.
interesting. Ooh, sexy roll, sexy roll. Plus 6, 25.
25.
Whoa.
Okay. So this is a very interesting answer because he is telling the truth, but it feels a little sidesteppy. So I think that he is telling the truth, but it's the first interesting section. But I think it's not a reach to say that he might have pulled down these books because he recognizes the names of the plane.
That's really cute. Oh god.
Thanks. I know. I like him so much.
Helen's gonna give him a smile and say, "I can give you some recommendations for some of the better literature from Exandria."
Yeah, I'll
can
try
give
to write
you-
some down if I can find them.
I can tell you about books that are similar to this, and they're closer to my home. They're farmers' almanacs, and they have puzzles and stuff in them too.
Puzzles?
Yeah, and they
book?
also have zodiacs and assumed fortunes for crops and yields. for animals and plants. It's very awesome. I recommend it. And I can say that it's much closer to my home than Canada.
I guess I'll keep an eye out for those two. I can get some paper if you want to write any down.
It's already gotten out a sheet of paper and is writing down some recommendations, and is going to hand them to
Amazing.
Mativa so that she can write on it.
Moti is going to look up and she's going to say, "Is there a book for Dove?"
I hadn't found any other ones that I recognized where they were from. There's not like a section of Earth books here. You kind of just find them.
Oh, it's all right. I'm sure most of the literature from where I'm from wouldn't be that interesting.
Oh, we don't know that.
Sean, I do have advice though. If you happen to find any newspapers from Eberron, that's usually just propaganda.
Understandable. I haven't seen any newspapers in the Biblioplex, but maybe they're kept in a different section. I'm not sure.
Motiva's going to hand back a piece of paper.
Sean takes it and kind of gives it a look over with a very unimpressed expression, but he does put it in like a little pocket in his like cargo trip pants.
Motiva's going to look up and say, "Is there any books you would recommend? I'm sure they'll be a lot easier for us to find, so you can give a lot of books to recommend, actually. It doesn't have to be nonfiction either."
What kind of books are you asking for?
I just like reading. If you know any romance books, I'd like those.
You see him give a bit of a snort. I'm gonna look at my library catalog really quick. See if there's any books that he would recommend. He's gonna kind of give a snort and a shrug and say, I don't read a lot of fiction, but if you want to learn more about Arcavios in general, since you're always brimming with that sort of curiosity, Hallowed Ground is pretty good. About like the wonders of the world or whatever, and he like does finger quotes about wonders of the world. And he also mentions books about the oracles are pretty interesting. There's a treatise in the Biblioplex that's a list of all of the oracles of Arcavios and people who tried to become oracles, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I would suggest before you go and take out a lot of books, though, please read the book that's out under my name so that you can give it back and it's not out under my name anymore.
Oh, of course. I was going to read it tonight, like a fairy tale.
Ah, me as well. I'll read it after you.
Thank
you.
you.
Cute. That's cute. That's really cute. Also, I have to retcon the name of it because I forgot. The name of it is actually Accidental Planeswalkers, A Complete History of the Core People.
Ah.
Yeah, very interesting title.
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah.
Felin going to perk up and clap her hands together and look at Ashan and say, Ashan,
Yes.
are you busy tomorrow afternoon?
Afternoon. After classes?
Mhm.
Not particularly. I was just gonna dick around in the biblioplex some more.
Well, if you would be interested in joining, tomorrow is a holiday where I'm from, and it involves a big feast. And I was hoping to gather a bunch of our friends and whatnot to have a big feast at the Ball's End. My treat.
Really?
Mhm.
I want you to roll me a persuasion again because you keep
Oh.
asking assholes to come with you. It could work. I'm sorry, but they're dickheads.
Let's see here. Okay.
Can I try to beef this?
I mean, if you want to help, you can give the help action, and then Sarah would get advantage.
Okay. Motiva's gonna pipe up and say, Phelan seemed really excited about it, and she hasn't really invited a lot of people, so you don't have to worry about it being too crowded.
Ooh, that's a really good one. Yeah, advantage on that.
Oh.
You say that as I'm about to invite all the rest of the planeswalkers as soon as I get the chance.
I hold up a gun.
Okay.
It's
all right.
fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay. The second one was a 2. The first one was a 12.
Oh,
Plus
okay.
1, 13.
I love that. Oh my god, I love that you almost got a 1 and a fucking 2 inviting people. Okay, so you got a 13?
Yes.
That's not bad. He looks at you and he doesn't look particularly interested or impressed, but he kind of shrugs before flopping back down on his bunk and says, "If I'm not busy, maybe I'll show up."
Flynn gets a big smile. Oh, thank you.
Eh.
If you're that worried, I was willing to duel you tomorrow, but it depends on what you'd like to do.
He peeks at you over the bed frame. You bribing me right now?
Is it working?
I want you to roll me a charisma. That's fun.
Don't make me roll a charisma.
Okay, what's your charisma score, my love?
19.
Okay, I will use your passive charisma, even though that's not how this works, but I'm nice to you.
Thanks.
That actually matches the number I rolled for the DC. So he looks at you and he squints at you. And he says, "Fine. I'll show up."
Oh, do you not want to duel me too?
I thought the bribery was that you would duel me if I showed up. Is that not what this was?
No, that was what it was. I'm just happy to see it work.
Gives a little happy clap.
What can I say? I'm a simple man.
I will need to steal your rapier, though, Phelan. I'm very sorry.
Yes, of course. And Philin will go to her trunk and get out a very nice looking rapier.
Can I see?
Yes, of course. And I will hand it.
Motiva starts wailing it around, and she does not look like she knows what she's doing. And she says, yes, this will be perfect. It's just like a pipe.
That's really funny.
She's gonna kind of hold out her hands and be like, "Oh no, here, hang on." And she's gonna walk over and she's going to, put her hands on Motiva to try and position her into the way that you're supposed to hold a rapier,
Kind of hot.
and like run her through the basic motions of like, and this is how you strike.
I love imagining the noise as you're like slashing through the air.
Motiva just smiles and she says, "Great! I just want to see Ashan beat the shit out of me with a hook sword thing."
I love this. I love this room. I hope you love your funky little roommate. You almost didn't get him to come.
Yeah.
I would have been so sad.
Motiva is going to take the book on the core and she's going to crawl up to her bed and she's going to change under her sheets and then be like, "Night night," and she's just going to read.
Nice. Do you guys do anything as you settle down?
I think Philin will just go to the bathroom and do her nighttime routine, take her horns off, etc., and then go back and then just sit down to trance.
Nice. We can definitely do that. Dovey?
I think Dove will just get changed into their underclothes and put the other uniforms away. Do you think with the herbalism kit I'm able to start work on anything, or do you think I still have to get like the ingredients?
I definitely still think that you need to get the ingredients to make anything big. Let me look at it really quick. I think there's maybe like one thing you can make, but I know potions you have to pay for them. Yeah, unfortunately the kit is just the supplies, not the ingredients.
No, I figured. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, I think it's good to check.
Yeah, other than that, I think Dove will just lay down for the evening.
Nice. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the stuff you read in your book, Motiva, and I'll just talk about it in call because Philin is about to read it when you're done. But it's actually a pretty dense book because you realize that the core actually have a very interesting and long-winded history because they're actually a race that they think originates from a plane called Zendikar, and was essentially migrated across planes by a very powerful ancient planeswalker specifically. So there's multiple planes that have core on them, but they all originated from the same plane. And there's technically 2 different subtypes depending on their relationship to that planeswalker. But at the end, it kind of talks about how Arcavian core, there's no really correlation to the other 2 subtypes, but they think that, again, Arcavian core are from Zendikar originally. They're a nomadic people. They have an animistic religion. And they are extremely skilled at survival and self-sufficiency, and specifically when it comes to things like climbing. Hooks and the hooked line being a spiritual symbol for the core people is because you had to use it as your main tool to survive. So a lot of weapons are based on hooks. You had to use them in your life when you were traveling because Zendikar is a plane made up of floating islands. So it was a lot of if you fall, you die situations.
Well.
Yeah. And basically that's the essence of them. I will say that now, since you guys have read the book, you guys can actually look at the core wiki page if you want to have the more specific details.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send that in here so that you guys can read it over. And also, if you guys also give Dove the lowdown, Dove can also read it over.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Dove would be
also-
interested in knowing.
Yeah. I wanted to do a very minor retcon that Philin actually stayed up a bit feeding Uli and writing in her journal.
Delicious. That's very adorable. You can definitely stay up a little bit to do that.
Yes.
Yeah. You learned about some core tonight, and you go to sleep. And you wake up bright and early on your first day of class.
Nice.
how do you guys get ready in the morning? What do you guys want to do? You have 2 hours before you have to show up to your class.
Want to get ready? I want to go to cafe and get
Cafe.
breakfast.
Yeah.
We are. Okay. You guys,
Motiva,
go ahead.
can Motiva invite Ashan to come with?
You can, and when you go to ask, Ashan, point blank tells you to, let him sleep. If you push it, he flips you off.
Dev will just very gently say that he hopes he has a good morning and good luck with classes.
Oh, before Philin leaves with the others, she's going to go to the various dorm rooms and ask all the planeswalkers if they would be down to join the feast
Oh,
tonight.
fuck, that's
Yeah,
so
bestie,
many.
hope
That's
it-
so many.
I hope they're
So
awake,
many.
bestie.
Okay, we're gonna do this rapid fire because there's 10 of you bitches. Okay, Chad already said yes. Eleni, is ecstatic to go.
Yes.
Giselle is also interested in going. Nefei, sure. River, hell yes.
Woo!
Talisha, no.
Bitch.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all the planeswalkers. Technically, you can also ask Will, but you could probably try to find Rowan to ask Will later, because you know where
Where's
they live.
Museum?
Oh fuck, Musim! I skipped over Musim. I'm sorry. Musim seems hesitant, but would say yes.
Fuck yeah. Philin will also mention that we can have the talk about dragons over dinner.
He is a lot more interested the minute you say that.
Oh, you should tell him about the founders here. He'd love that.
Oh yes, absolutely. Philin will mention that.
Oh fuck, yes. He's definitely very intrigued and is looking forward to hearing about the founder dragons whenever you all sit down to eat later.
Oh.
Nice. Okay, and then you guys wanted to go to the cafe?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let me get the cafe music.
So I have to go to the bathroom really quick, and also, is the
Yeah.
coffee done?
Yes.
Yes, the coffee's done. I'll pause. All right. You guys get ready and you go to head out to go over to the Firejolt Cafe. It's sort of bustling this early in the morning as everybody in the entire school has essentially the same idea to get coffee before class. Because of this, a lot of people actually aren't like sitting down and hanging out. But you do still see Mina behind the bar working, and Quintilius sitting in his armchair near the fire. And you see a bunch of other like first years and higher level students getting their caffeine fix. What would you like today? Do you want coffee? Do you just want your snack?
Let me take a look.
Yeah, you do have your menus.
Where are the menus again?
I put them in. I think I put them in important documents now. No, fuck.
Nope.
Damn it. Okay, well, I'll put them again. Because I have them, so it's not too big of a deal. We're gonna go ahead and do, Firejolt Cafe, Tavern Menu, Cafe. Yeah, we're gonna put all of these in here. You can look at them whenever you want. You guys also can elect to go to the Library Cafe instead of the Firejolt Cafe. They just have different stuff that they offer.
That's okay. I wanted to go to the Fire Jolt. I don't know about Palin.
I'll go to the Firejolt.
Okay. I think Dove will just get the Rise and Shine tea again, which
Mhm.
I think is just 1 CP, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll get the cherry bread for breakfast.
Yeah. You can definitely do that.
Get the rock and omelet.
Mm-hmm.
And another rise and shine.
Yeah, okay. Then it's only 1 CP for both of yous.
I think I want the Nature's Bounty and just a coffee.
Yeah,
Coffee.
just a coffee. Then that will just be if it's just a black coffee, then it'll just be 1 CP. And then you said you wanted a Nature's Bounty.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you can definitely do that. And you guys all sit down to eat. Nature's Bounty actually is a sandwich. It doesn't say that exactly because I didn't write that, but it's sandwich. And you guys have your snacks. They're definitely really filling. Dove's, yours is very sweet, but the brightness of your tea, I feel like, really complements it and lightens it up. It's hard to go wrong with meat and veggies and eggs. Full in, so that's also very tasty. And your sandwich, Motiva's unlike anything you've ever had before.
Delightful.
Very brightly colored, but also very umami. And you guys have a nice little morning. Dove, do you go say hi to Quintilius today?
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. You go and say hi, and you exchange a couple words, but he's just vibing, so he understands that you got a jet. And you have your breakfast, and now we get to go and take you to class.
Woo!
So I'm gonna go ahead and get. Fuck it, I'm gonna get fucking whimsical music today.
Whimsy.
Alrighty. Yeah, whimsy. So you all go to the Biblioplex to find Mavinda, who is going to help you through your first day of class. And as you sort of step in, you see that she's sort of waiting in the entrance lounge and sort of collecting first years as they pass. And when she wrangles you, she gives you a big greeting and leads you to one of the enclosed rooms near the front of the Biblioplex, which is a big lecture hall. 1 second, let me go ahead and see if I can get a picture of that. Okay, sorry, besties. It's a little lecture hall that looks kind of like this, where there's a bunch of pews and benches to sit at with tables, and then there's sort of like a beginning part of the class. It's a bit bigger than this picture because it kind of curves like with like step-up seating, kind of like a traditional college like lecture hall that looks like amphitheater-esque. But this is the vibes. And as you come in, you see myriad other first years, not only people that you know, but also I want to say easily 20 to 30 more first years that are all here for their first introductory class. And as soon as the last person files in, Mavinda comes and steps to the front and says, "Welcome, everyone. I hope that these extra days have had a chance to get you all settled. I wanted to come before your class to explain to you a bit about how class works here at Strixhaven. Generally, you'll have a class every day except for the free day, which is Salavia, the second day of the week. It's done a bit differently here, where generally a week is the full course length, but each day of class is segmented into lecture and study hall, which totals around 6 hours of work, essentially. Each day, you're graded on an assignment or a paper, an essay, a presentation, labs, that sort of thing, depending on the coursework. You don't always have to stay for a study hall, but it is the time where you can ask your teacher questions. You can connect with other students studying the same thing. It's generally when assignments are given. But that is how the classes work. And the calendar, I mentioned a bit earlier that the second day of the week is the free day, Slavia. Arcavios is a very multicultural world, as you all know. So we have our separate calendar that's segmented by exams. There are 4 quarters in a year, and they are 13 weeks, which is 91 days. And at the end of each quarter is a big test. 3 of them are exams that are graded separately, and the one in the 4th quarter are finals, which last about a week, give or take. This week, you'll be learning the basics of the basics, comprehensive studies on the basics of mana and its colors. It'll start with the fundamental blocks of everything we know about the world, so even if you already have an idea, please pay attention. Today will be a general discussion on the premise, and the rest of the week we'll have days dedicated to each individual color. Professor Rusha will be giving the lesson, so I'll leave you all to it, and she'll be in here shortly. And she gives you all a feathered bow and leaves you to wait for your teacher. Okay, and we're back. And so, after a couple of minutes of waiting after Mavinda leaves, your professor walks into the lecture hall. At least what you would assume is your professor. The figure that lumbers slowly to the front of the room is a bipedal brown bear, wearing fanciful robes decorated with white frills and teal shapes, wearing charming little spectacles on her muzzle. She sets her things down and turns to you all. Hello, first years. I know this is all very exciting, so I won't bore you with too much preamble. I am Professor Rusha, a professor of substance and an alumni of Quandrix College. Today I'll be giving all of you the rundown of the fundamentals of mana and its colors, and their relations to each other. Hopefully it will help give you clarity in your upcoming classes. And I'm going to give you a picture. What's up?
Can I do something real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
Motiva's going to bust out her phone and she's going to start recording.
Yeah! You can definitely mark down that you have this recorded. Here's Miss Rusha.
Ow!
I love her.
She bear.
Bear.
Oh, I'm also going to. Oh, I didn't medicate.
What?
I didn't take medication.
Oh my god, you didn't. Oh fuck.
Motiva's gonna take out Wolf Slider and she's gonna start flicking it.
Okay. Delightful. You can definitely do that.
I
yeah.
actually, sorry, I have a question.
Yeah.
I realize in character Dev has no way to take notes because I didn't buy a journal. Can I say that I bought one?
Motiva
Yeah.
can pass you one of hers.
Okay.
Yeah, you can either take one from Motiva for free, or we can just say that you bought one when you were out and about yesterday. I don't mind that.
If it's okay with you, Ash, I'll take the journal.
I have amazing news. What was it? How much did I
Yeah,
have?
you have multiple, so.
Oh, shit.
I have oh my god, I can't find it. That was probably because it's down here. I have multiple.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just take the one for now since we're just focusing on one class for a week, and then I'll get different journals for different things.
Yeah. No worries. We can definitely do that for you. All right. She goes to wave a clawed hand, and an illusion springs forth behind her of a circle, separated into 5 colors, with concentric rings towards the center, each colored red, blue, green, black, and white. And I'm going to give you the color pie so you can add it to your notes directly. You can save this picture directly because these words will also just kind of be idly floating around the circle. She gestures to it and says, "This is what is referred to as the color pie. It is an instructional graph meant to show the colors of mana and their basic traits and relations, and I'll be handing out copies for use as a reference throughout the lecture." With another wave of a paw and a soft incantation, the stack of papers that Rusha brought with her flutters in an unseen breeze, gently landing on each and every occupied desk. There are 5 colors of mana in this world. Each of the 5 colors represents a set of beliefs and principles, giving identity to mages and creatures that utilize them. A color's philosophy explains how it sees the world, what objective it hopes to realize, and what resources and tactics a color has at its disposal. Thus, it also speaks to even the abilities that they use, as well as how they use them for their goals. The colors form the cornerstone of magic, and generally, spells and spell uses are tied to specific mana that they evoke. The 5 colors and the basic concepts tied to them are, and as she denotes them, they sort of light up on the illusion behind her. Black is represented by power, self-interest, death, sacrifice, and uninhibitedness. Blue denotes knowledge, deceit, caution, deliberation, and perfection. Green focuses on nature, wildlife, connection, spirituality, and tradition. Red is defined by freedom, emotion, action, impulse, and destruction. And white is described by peace, law, structure, selflessness, and equality. There is also the concept of colorless mana, magic that does not have any tie to the color pie. Generally, this is what is attributed to magic items, artifacts, relics, the like. It is a non-living and stable magic that is not driven by any goal or will. Therefore, the concept of colorless mana is simply magic that is inert. The color pie is portrayed as a circular pattern clockwise in order. Adjacent colors on the wheel will be relatively similar in ideology and are known as allied colors. Examples being that white's allies are green and blue. In contrast, colors on opposite sides have radically conflicting views and are called enemy colors. Examples are white's enemies are black and red. These relationships generally shape how well certain colors work together in either nature or magic, and how they influence each other. Interestingly, as some of you may have noticed, all of Strixhaven's colleges are based on the combination of enemy colors, colors that do not generally work together in nature. It's one of the many traits that mages prize in its institution. Rusha continues to drone on during the lecture, pacing around the room and occasionally muttering to herself, but generally keeping a very stable tone of voice. And after she finishes, she turns to the class and says, "Now, for your first assignment, I would like all of you to write a short essay on what color of mana speaks to you most. Since for some of you this is your first time interacting with these concepts, you'll be graded on how you present your thesis statement and general understanding instead of its accuracy. I just want to give you a test. I'm going to give you a fun little handy-dandy snip from my notes for those phrases I kept saying, for all the colors if you would like them. And so how assignments are going to work, basically, is that you're going to come up with a thesis statement, which is basically like, you can say, I think red fits me because I like instant gratification and I'm very impulsive. And then you will tell me if you want to roll wisdom, charisma, or intelligence. And that will kind of flavor how you're presenting your point. Basically based on your roll will denote whether it's a pass or a fail. So if you guys want to sit down and digest the idea to come up with a thesis statement, feel free to take your time.
Shit.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, hi, Lily. I almost kicked you.
Oh, Miss Lily.
She was under my desk. Are you recording, by the way?
I am. I can pause though.
Silence.
Okay, and we're back. Who would like to present their paper first? All right, I'm picking somebody. Falin.
I like to imagine the teacher just being like, "Okay, hands up."
No one's
One
hands
of you
go
needs
up.
to go.
Yeah, to pick somebody else. Give me your statement, Falin.
Hello. Phone's statement is, Blue mana speaks to me because I am all too familiar with the importance of knowledge and the drive for perfection.
Oh, I love that. That sounds so eloquent. Nice. So what stat would you like to roll?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Roll me a wisdom ability check.
+4. 19!
19! That's really good. You go to hand it in, and Professor Rusha goes to look over it and says, "Oh, this is delightful. It's exciting to see a new bright star in the field of theory."
He gives a little bounce. Thank you.
Of course. You may sit. Thank you for your time.
Deep.
Nice. Okay, who wants to go next? If not, it's Russian roulette.
Go next. It's fine.
Okay, you come up. Give me your thesis statement.
Yeah, so Dove will have written about how white speaks to them the most because they strive to bring peace, structure, and equality to those in their life, and is part of the reason why they are attending Strixhaven in the first place.
Oh, I love that. What's your stat?
Charisma, please.
Yes. Roll me a charisma check.
Okay, 13.
You see, Professor Rusha goes to read it over and says, I think that those sound like very lovely goals, and you're very well spoken in how you talk about it.
Thank you.
Of course. She gives a little nod and says, thank you for your time. You may sit.
Dove goes to sit.
Motiva.
Mm.
here.
Motiva will present and she will have it written down how she identifies with black because she understands that power cannot always be gained through the most delightful methods, and sometimes the law does not agree with the world.
All right, what stat would you like?
Charisma.
Charisma. Roll me a charisma check. And you don't have disadvantage anymore.
Shit.
You see, as you go to give the paper, Professor Rusha goes to read it over and give a bit of a nod and say, I think you bring up some very interesting points, and I feel like you have a pretty good grasp on the understanding of black men. I feel like new students tend to struggle with it. I hope to see how your writing style grows over the years.
Thanks.
And she gives you a nod, and she says, thank you for your time. You may sit.
Sit.
And as you go to sit down, she goes to look at all of you and say, now, with that said, the lecture portion of this class is over. Study hall will now commence, and we will have an open discussion of the subject matter, and I will help elaborate in more in-depth explanations. If you have any questions, you may bring them up. I encourage different viewpoints in how we discuss the theories of these mana. I would also like to give a preface, since there are quite a few people in our class that have an interest in both black and white mana, that it is a common misconception that white mana is considered good and black mana is considered bad. And the study of them is simply how they view their relations to themselves and those around them. And we can talk more about that here, but you will hear more about it on the days discussing black and white mana. And now we hit the first study hall section. And the way that study hall works is that you can get up and leave if you want. But certain characters and certain professors will probably like or dislike that depending on what you do. And also, you do get more information staying for the full class. And you have a chance to ask your professor questions, which is very nice for lectures.
Dove will actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask what time it was.
Right about now, so the way that I have study and lecture hall separated is that the lecture is the shorter portion of the day, so it's only been about 2 hours. There's about 4 hours of study hall. So it's probably right now about 10 or 11 once you start getting into study hall after assignments, because they start study hall with assignments and then you can go into discussions.
Nice.
Yeah, you have like all day.
Dove will actually go to raise their hand.
Professor Rusha nods and says yes.
I was curious, what was the decision for Strixhaven to use enemy colors for the campuses?
Well, you see, if you have heard anything about the founders, the 5 dragons that founded Strixhaven University, Those are the color combinations that they personally use. And Strixhaven started because they started to teach their capabilities with enemy color combinations and the philosophies of those dichotomies to the humanoids of Arcavios. So
I see.
so the entire history of the school has been these powerful spellcasters imparting very unique wisdom onto spellcasters.
And Deb will go ahead and note that down.
Yeah.
I think Motiva's gonna pop in an earbud and she's gonna listen to music while she like makes more notes and stuff.
Yeah. What's everybody's passive really quick?
Passive perception,
Yeah.
13.
16.
Where is it on here?
It's right under
Yes.
saving throw modifiers.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so stupid. This is what happens whenever you have your fucking sheet zoomed out so bad. Passive perception 11.
Okay. So something very interesting that you all would note as sort of people start getting up and moving around and like not only discussing with the professor but also with other students as they're sort of like digesting the information that they just learned and trying to utilize it. You guys all notice your roommate Ashan is in class. But two things that you notice the minute you notice that he's here. One, he is not wearing his uniform. He's wearing the same outfit that he came here in. Which he is the only person in this room who isn't. And the minute study hall started, he leaves. So he's no longer here in the class.
How dreamy.
There are some problems that we're gonna have to unpack with this motherfucker later.
Well, we're gonna get there.
I just wanted to entice you guys a little bit.
Into leaving. I get you on the first day of class. Oh yeah.
He's also just kind of the only person here who would.
Yeah.
It's really interesting because I thought that Talisha or Aurora would also leave, but they didn't.
Nope, they're both here. You can actually, if you look around at other people, Talisha is sort of taking notes and writing in a journal by herself. And Aurora kind of has now started kind of zoning out, but also occasionally talking with the people sitting next to her.
How's our best friend River doing?
A facial expression that kind of encapsulates that noise I just made. No paper in front of them, no pencil. Staring.
Oh, River, why would you do that?
Motiva's going to go over and sit next to River real quick.
Oh, hey, what's up? And you see, like, they stage whisper to you because, like, you guys can talk, but I feel like they haven't, like, they're just like, I gotta act a certain way. I'm in class, you know what I mean?
Motiva's gonna talk at a normal level and she's gonna say, hey, if you felt like you misunderstood anything or don't want the teacher to repeat herself, I've recorded the session so I can let you listen to it anytime.
Oh my god, that's really cool.
Motiva's just gonna hand over an earbud and she's gonna listen to the lesson with River again and keep taking notes. And she's going to tell River like how the media function works, and she's going to say, if you ever need to go back, just do it and don't worry about me. You cannot possibly annoy me.
Oh my gosh. I think that River actually looks really, like, touched and like listens to it with you, and like River still doesn't take notes, but you feel like now River is kind of like staring down at the desk and like moving their hands a little bit and like occasionally like like mouthing words to themselves as they're listening, and you feel like like they're getting a better understanding of it getting to hear it the second time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Could I see where Giselle is?
Yeah, Giselle is sort of to the side in the room, and I think that she's doing a similar thing as sort of Talisha was, where she's kind of like writing in a journal and like occasionally like looking around when people speak and stuff like that, and like occasionally writing things down. And she looks like she's like she has a better grasp of what's happening, but is still kind of not super focused on everything, you know?
Yeah, I'd like Dove to kind of gather up their things and sort of walk over to where she's sitting and give a smile and say, would it be alright if I joined you for study hall?
Oh, yes. You can sit right here next to me, if you'd like.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Yes.
And Dove will go to sit down their journal.
Yeah, and you get to sit down, and you guys both have your journals open, and you see actually that Giselle's journal is kind of worn. It looks like something that she had been using before she got here, because she's on a page that's about halfway through the book.
Dove will just smile. I feel like Dove's journal, I feel like the notes that they take, because they are a perfectionist, they do that thing where they have been taking notes and keeping up with everything, but I feel like they're that free, that has to be like, I have to order it like this, I have to make it nice, I have to make it look nice.
It has to be
Corn
pretty.
alert.
It has to be pretty. It's gonna be perfect.
100%. I love that. I love it so much.
But Dove will just smile and say, did you have any questions or want to discuss anything about the lesson?
I actually think that she would at first seem like she's gonna say no, but then kind of start to kind of like discuss with you a little bit. It's less that she has like questions, but she kind of likes having you there to bounce off what she like took from it to make sure that like she's understanding correctly, and so you guys kind of have a little conversation like that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what Dove was trying to do too, even if she didn't have any questions, just to kind of like touch on like the discussion and be like, this is what you took away from it, right? And so on and so forth.
100%. And also something that you would notice since you're right next to Giselle, Giselle has a very like flowery script when writing, which is very pretty.
That's so pretty.
Yeah.
Dove will compliment her handwriting and say it looks very nice.
Oh, thank you. It's nothing that big.
Yeah, and then I think that's all Dove is going to do for now.
Nice.
Philin is going to get up to ask the teacher questions as soon as she can.
Yeah.
Gonna ask general questions, but also I think she's also specifically going to ask about mana in relation to like different schools of magic and what role the schools play.
Yeah.
And we'll...
I knew you were gonna
Yes,
ask
and
that.
She's also gonna more specifically ask what kind of like how Dunamancy would act with mana.
So this is what's so interesting about mana, and I'm just gonna talk really plainly now that we're getting into like the discussion part where it's less like me reading off a script. So the very interesting thing about mana and color theory and color philosophy is that colored mana doesn't technically denote what school of magic you are using. They have some similarities with how a lot of magic has to do with things, but the color mana is more about how you're using it and why you're using it. So, as an example, a Shield of Faith spell could just as likely be used with red mana as a fireball could be, if it's something that's reactionary, impulsive, if it's responding to your emotions, if it's in the height of battle, that sort of thing. because color philosophy is more about how you draw your magic from not only within yourself, but also the world around you. And that's why color philosophy has a big thing, is it's because it's explaining how certain creatures with certain magical abilities and certain abilities happen and are used. So, like as an example, Prismari has a lot of elemental magic, but it's because a lot of evocation magic and elemental magic is either one tied to emotions or needs a lot of control to use. So you can do fire magic with blue mana, but how you're using that fire magic would be different based on like what kind of mana you're using. Is essentially the vibes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so like another example could be like using like another thing that Rusha would explain is like how certain again magical abilities can be used for certain like mana. So like the easiest explanation is things like healing is generally white mana, but also things like life drain or like leeching or like damaging and then taking that health into yourself is generally black mana. And it's because generally when you are healing something else, it is always because you are thinking of another person or the example of like the greater good. And when you're using life drain, it's putting yourself above another creature or the people around you type of situation. So that's why those ones are more hard cut than things like blue mana, green mana, red mana.
Gotcha. Fuck yeah.
I know too much about Magic the Gathering. But yeah, it's super neat. I just said super neat.
Yeah. After having discussions with teacher, Phyllis is gonna try and find Eleni.
Yeah. You can definitely find Delaney. I will say on this topic, because I just remembered you asked about Dunamancy. Rusha would say that they think that Dunamancy would probably be something specifically tied to blue mana because it sounds very much like the concept of theory and abstraction, which is what blue mana tends to be focused on, which is like the intellectual pursuit of something or the very focused pursuit of something, and the pieces that make it up, essentially.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. So I wanted to answer your question, I forgot. But you can find Eleni. Eleni is kind of, how do I put this? Eleni is not necessarily as lost looking as River, but Eleni is also kind of taking some notes, but they don't look super filled out, and is kind of like, I don't want to say zoned out, like staring into nothing, but a lot of like not focusing or just kind of like watching what other people are doing instead of like actually studying is what Eleni is doing. But you walk up to them and they say, "Oh, Falin, hello."
Hello, how are you doing?
I think that this is all very interesting. And they kind of have a very blank smile when they say that. Not a thought behind those eyes.
I love them. Phyllis is gonna give a smile and say, it was quite a lot of information to take in. If you ever want help with notes or anything, I am more than happy to help.
Oh, that sounds delightful. I would always love a guest.
And to give us a chance to talk and hang out.
Yeah, and you hang out a little bit, and you guys kind of talk about the lesson, but I feel like Eleni also talks about things not related to the lesson, so it's like half studying, half just hanging out.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's what you guys all spend your study hall doing.
Wait, I raised my hand.
Yeah?
How is Fletcher doing?
Oh.
You right.
How's Chad doing? Oh no.
I
How is
love
my
that this
sweet
is...
little country bumpkin doing?
I'm really glad that you guys are using this as a chance to check up on other students, because I feel like how people are reacting to this is very telling of their studies. So, Mixed Dove, So you kind of saw River and how River was reacting to the information, and Motiva went to help, which is very, very nice. And you go to look for Fletcher, and Fletcher has paper in front of him.
No.
But if you thought that River was lost, it looks like Fletcher is like already clocked out. You know what I mean?
Okay, can I please put my
Uh
hand
huh.
gently on Giselle's shoulder in like the middle of like our discussion because I feel like we,
Hmm.
study hall is study hall, but like this
Yeah.
was a pretty straightforward class,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like Dove will gently put their hand on her shoulder and say, um, I'm sorry, but I think Fletcher over there looks a bit lost, and I would feel terrible if someone got lost on the first day. Would it be okay, if I went to go help him?
Oh, you see her gonna like look at your hand and look back up to you and say, "Oh, of course. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really like need any help or anything.
Oh, no,
Just
no,
go if you
no.
need to."
I wanted to discuss with someone mostly, and
Yes, of course. Go help him if he needs it.
thank you. I'm sorry to cut this short. We can definitely continue this later.
It's okay. Thank you for stopping by.
Of course. Have a good day. I'll see you later.
And you part ways from Giselle, and you go over to Mr. Fletcher.
Fletcher, are you busy? Could I sit next to you?
Oh, yeah, you can. It's open.
Okay. And Dev will set down their journal and sit down and say, how did the lesson go over for you?
You see him kind of go to put his elbows like on the desk, and you see barely anything is written on this paper. You feel like maybe he might have started out trying to take notes and then he gave up in the middle of it, and he just says, I don't know if this is the right fit for me."
No, no, Fletcher, it's only the
Oh.
first day. I honestly was very lost when we first got here too. I feel like I only have a leg up because we went to explore the campuses. Here, and Dove goes to open up their journal, to where their notes were taken and kind of slides it over and says, I can help walk you through all of the notes that I've taken if it helps. I don't want you to feel down just because you got a bit lost and behind. I think it's a very foreign concept.
You see Fletcher go to kind of slowly nod and look over at your very pristine, very well articulated notes. And he says, wait, fuck, I'm sorry. You said that you were gonna like walk him through it?
Yeah, like
Mhm.
basically letting him look at my notes, but like explaining what he's looking at,
Okay,
walking him
yeah.
through it.
Nice. He kind of nods and he says, "Yeah, I'll give it another look. Yeah."
Don't worry, I actually have a little bit of experience. Nothing professional, of course, but I have a little bit of experience with tutoring and teaching, so I think we'll be able to do great, and I will make sure you pass this class with flying colors.
uh, well, thank you kindly.
Of course, we're all in this together. I would never want you to be left behind.
He kind of goes to run a hand through his hair, and he kind of looks away for a second for clearing his throat. And I was gonna look through your notes and listen to you talk about magic.
Yeah, and Dove, okay, because I feel like Dove is trying their best to not make it embarrassing for him because I have been in that situation where like when you get help from other people, it's really embarrassing because you feel really stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who has taught like children and stuff, I feel like that's also a very easy thing to like run into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Um
definitely.
so I feel like Dove is doing their best to like, make sure that Fletcher doesn't feel fucking stupid as fuck because this is a lot.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely think that it helps out. I don't think you have to make a roll or anything because you literally you teach children basic concepts. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy for you to take the information that you just got and put it into really bite-sized chunks. And I definitely think that at the beginning, Fletcher does seem embarrassed. You think that there's like a flush on his cheeks a bit, but it starts to settle down.
Yeah, Dove trying to be really reassuring about it. Like,
Mhm.
no, like, don't give up. Like, it's only our first day. It's something that like none of us fucking have where we come from as far as I know.
Mhm.
So
And something that you would actually notice is that Fletcher hasn't necessarily been unfriendly or anything. I think Fletcher is nice, but I think that Fletcher is definitely not as outgoing as someone like River, who they hang out with. But I feel like you see them, I think you see him open up a little bit and talk to you a bit easier, which is nice.
Oh, that's really nice. Okay, I'm sorry to cut in there. I just got really worried.
No, it's okay,
Yeah.
bestie. Mativa, you were worried about Chad?
Yeah.
Chad is kind of doing that thing where, you know, when you take a pencil and you kind of like balance it on your upper lip.
Yes. I.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyways, he's kind of just doing that. He has like a book in front of him. But he's kind of like not really actively doing anything right now.
Does he look like he's actually tuning out? Does he look like he's tuning out, like ADHD tuning out? Or does he look like he's just like, nah, I'm done. I give up.
He looks like he's vibing. He doesn't look like, I feel like you can tell when somebody is looking dejected, like, what the fuck did they just say to me? What the fuck is going on? And he looks relatively fine. Whether that's because he's fine with not doing good or fine because he got it, you don't know.
Motiva's going to give a look around the room. Is there anybody else in this poor fucking room of planeswalkers that also looks upset?
I will look for you because I just think that's cute sounding.
Not gonna leave anyone behind. We're in this together, goddammit.
Yeah. Let's get this academic bread.
Let's get
Yeah.
bread.
Bread.
Actually, I think
Delicious
that's everybody
bread.
of note. I feel like most of the other planeswalkers are focused on like taking notes and talking to people around them. So I think that's actually everybody who looks unique in what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Motiva's actually going to like whisper to River and just say, if you think anybody else is lost for any of these lessons, just tell me and I'll just let them use my phone, okay?
Yeah, I'll tell him this is like really nice.
The magic of a recorder. And she's going to offer up both of the earbuds to River so that they can completely focus.
Nice. River will take it. And is kind of doing the same thing where like River is kind of just like in their own head. I keep wanting to say stimming, but like River seems ADHD, so I'll say stimming, like stimming their hands on the desk and like essentially talking to themselves, but not loud.
Motiva will pass the lighter over and show River how to flick it. Click it.
Oh yeah, yeah. River does stim. Stim. Nice. I have to use the bathroom really quick, but please think about if you have any more questions or you want to talk to anybody during study hall. I think this is really fun. You guys are really sweet. Okay, we're on now. We're on.
Okay. Can I also mention to Fletcher kind of near the end of helping him that if he ever wants to study together or if he has any questions for me, just anything in general, that their dorm room is always open to him.
I think Fletcher like looks at you when you say that, and I think that there's kind of like a conflicted look on their face. That's not necessarily wariness, but like I feel like there's a lot of emotions happening right now for Mr. Fletcher. But
He's
I think
just a little farm boy.
he's this little farm boy. He got thrown in fucking university.
Yeah.
And he kind of gives a nod. And he says, "I'd like that. That's real kind of you."
I really do mean it. I don't want anyone to fall behind, and we're all in this together, so I really do want to make sure that you have a good chance of making it through.
Yeah.
I would be very sad to see you go so soon.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Me getting emo in this Chili's T-posing because I love Fletcher. I love that. Yeah. I think that you guys have had a really nice study hall. So if you guys have any more questions for Rusha while she's still here, you can go ahead and shoot them to me. But if not, we're gonna wrap it up in a second.
I think that covers everything I wanted to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Motif.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the basic one anyway, so you're gonna get all the big juicy info in the next ones anyway. But yeah, at the end, Professor Rusha goes to announce that study hall is over and the class is dismissed. And she gives a bow of her head and says, tomorrow you'll be learning about red mana specifically. This was my section, so I will not be coming back tomorrow, but your teachers tomorrow will be just as capable. And she leaves, and you are free to do what you will as people sort of start filing out. It is now officially, after all this time, it's about 4 p.m.
Nice.
Which is the end of Zenith and the start of Twilight. So the second sun has set, and now there's only one sun in the sky, and it's a bit of dim light. Well, I say dim light, dimmer light.
Motif is going to look directly at Phelan. Okay, how do you want to do this?
Ellen is going to clap her hands together, and she's going to say, I am going to go to the Bow's End and inquire about having a feast there, and just see how it goes from there.
That
Not
sounds
bad.
lovely. I'll also go with you just in case you need any help setting up or anything.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
do
you.
that. Wait,
Well,
do you
thank
have
you.
do you have your rapier?
No, that is still back at the dorm.
Motiva is going to run.
Yeah, you can go and get it as long as Phelan is okay with you ruffling through her things.
Yeah, Phelan's okay with it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Nice. You can do that. You go and you get the sword. You now have a sword. You have Phelan's rapier in your inventory. Don't forget about that. I will not forget about it. But yeah, so you're gonna go over to the Bow's End and just try to see if you can get things started.
Yeah.
Nice. So, something very interesting happens when you go over to the Bow's End, because you go over and nobody's really sitting outside, but that like makes sense because it is like the middle of the afternoon and it is a bar. And you go to try the door and it doesn't open.
Oh. Is there a sign anywhere denoting hours?
You can definitely look around, and you see on one of the windows it has the hours from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. every day. And as you're kind of standing in front of the windows, staring contemplatively at the sign, you see the door kind of open, and an orcish face pops out of a man you haven't seen before, and he's like, "Hello."
Oh, hello. I was hoping to inquire about preparations for a holiday feast.
Oh, Curdy's not in yet. Our chef's not here just yet. I'm just in here cleaning. Do you know do you know our like menu and stuff? I can write down an order and try to have it ready when like get started on it when we open. That good enough?
Me, Sarah, don't want to order for each of the guests.
That is so fair, bestie. Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Dove was just going to speak up and say, we could do like a few general orders of having some options, but not too specific of options. If that would be better for catering, do you think, Phelan?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Oh, you could do this is not the man speaking, this is me as Panini. Because Fullen, you come from a very casual den anyway. You could definitely do that situation of like dishes in the middle and people picking what they want for their plate.
Ooh,
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking.
because that's also something that I imagine like your den would have done because you're from a big family, and Dove, you also have done that because you're from a big family, and
Yeah.
Motiva, you also would have done that because you're from a big family. Yeah, so that's a cool idea if you kind of want to just order general things for everybody, and then people can pick and choose what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, this is whenever he's gonna kind of take down what kind of things you want and like how many people are coming. You don't technically have to roleplay that out of telling me, but he's gonna like he takes like 2 or 3 and he's like, yeah, and then after like the 4th one, he gets a piece of paper out to write it down. And he's like, yeah, yeah.
Mhm, mhm, mhm. So yeah.
Yeah. After he's done, he goes to fold the paper and say, I'll give this to Curdy when she comes in. It won't be ready the minute we open, but it should be ready around 7. We're quick. But and he gives kind of a wink and says, this is a good favor though. Remember this.
Philin nods and smiles and says, yes, I will keep this in mind. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And he gives a nod and a wave, and he closes it and locks the door again. You now have your feast prepared.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Philin will look to Dove and say, thank you for coming with me.
Oh, of course. I didn't think that they might be closed, but I didn't want you to be alone in preparations.
Thank you.
Is there any other setup you want to do? We can't really go in to get the tables set up or anything, but
Yes, this is true.
anything from stores or the like that we could purchase?
There is not much I can think of to do for preparation outside of the feast. Decorations would be nice, but I am unsure if they would allow us to decorate the table. And I'm also unsure where exactly we would get decorations outside of making them by hand.
If
That is very true.
I'm coming in as God to whisper directly in your ear. If you want things that are just generally pretty, you could probably find them in Prismari campus, but your point about not knowing if they'll decorate is valid. I slide back into the sky.
Thank you, God.
Well, we could go attend the duel between Motiva and Deshawn.
Oh yes, I very much want to see that.
I am somewhat worried because he did take off during study hall.
Yes, I noticed that.
Where do you want to try to find him?
I think because Motiva had to go grab Phelan's weapon, I think Dub would want to go back to the dorm room just as a point to start with.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, you definitely can. And then all 3 of you guys kind of meet up at the dorm room. He's not in the dorm room. But now you can make your plan of action together.
Perhaps the Biblioplex?
You didn't happen to see him on the way here, did you, Motiva?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, that's not good. Considering that I only know that he's gone to the Biblioplex in his free time, maybe we could try somewhere in there?
Yes, that is what I was thinking.
Yeah, you can walk over to the Biblioplex and try to find a boy. You go up, and it's kind of busy, but not as busy as it was like the last couple days. But you still see like students milling about, hanging out in the lounge, sitting at like the tables near the bookshelves and that sort of thing. What is your plan of action? What do you guys want to do to try to find him? And then I'll probably ask you guys to do a roll.
Yeah. I'm guessing he's going to be in the section with the books from the multiverse. But that is just a guess.
You
Is
didn't ask him where
there-
that was.
Is there a
Yes.
person that you generally have to walk past, or like you have to go to check books out?
Yes, actually. Felin can tell you about that.
Yes. It was a treant person. I believe there was like a desk kind of like right in front of the lobby.
Yeah, there's basically these circular desks that book helpers stand behind. And the first person that you see is this really big and old and gnarled looking treant.
Yeah.
That you can walk up to and ask questions. And generally that's how you get books, you know.
We could see if maybe he's seen Ashawn come in.
I think that's a good idea, yes.
Okay. You go up and you go to the trained person, and you see them go to bow head and say, "Hello. How can I
Hello.
help you?"
We are looking for someone, and we're wondering if you had spotted him walking by. And Philin will describe Ashawn.
You see the trained go to cock their head to the side and think for a second and say, "I think I did see him. It's very unusual to see students wearing all black." And you see a gnarled arm go to kind of point in a vaguely northeastern direction. But as you're like seeing this treant point, it's kind of just in that direction, and as you are aware, the biblioplex is very big, so you can't really see an end in the direction that they're pointing in. So you know vaguely the direction.
Oof.
Philin is going to nod and say, "Thank you. Do you know where the section for books from the multiverse would be?"
The books in the biblioplex are not sectioned. They are categorized by certain facts and information within them. There are many books about the multiverse scattered throughout all levels of the biblioplex. Is there a book you are looking for? I can send my clockwork archivists to find it.
Actually, can we return the core book?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. There are some books I'm interested in, though not at the moment. But I will be sure to come back to you another time.
You see them nod, and they say, "Have a good day."
You too, thank you.
Tree.
Tree.
Free. Dove will just kind of give a worried glance towards that direction and look back to their friends.
Philin will shrug and say, "I guess we should start walking."
To be fair, we could just wait it out.
This is true.
That is true. I suppose I was just worried after he up and left, but
I don't think shadowing Ashawn would do us any good.
oh no, I wasn't trying to shadow him. I was just trying to find him, but he did say he would attend the feast, so I'm sure we'll see him then.
Oh, I one more person that I need to ask if they want to come.
Who are you gonna ask?
I want to try and find Will, or at the very least find Rowan again, so I can ask Rowan to ask Will.
Yeah, I will say that if you want to find Will, if you go to their room, I'm just gonna tell you he's there. You know he hangs out in his room all the time.
Yeah.
So you can just zip on over to Prismari and go walk and ask him.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, you ask him, and he seems very interested, and he asks you like a bunch of questions about it and that sort of thing. And he also asks if you asked Rowan already, and when you say, like, yeah, she's coming, he is like, oh, okay, then I'll show up also. That sounds fun.
Flink gives a big smile and says, I'm glad. I'll be sure to see that. They said that the general food should be ready around 7.
Oh, okay. Then I'll show up at the tavern around 7. Surprisingly, I think this is the first time I've ever gone.
I'm sorry.
The tavern?
You
Can
fucking
I
boy.
hear this?
No, well, unless you came with, you can come with if you want to be like all in on this conversation. Yeah.
I really just like the image of Motiva hearing that from outside the door and just staring at Dove.
Dove just looking back at Motiva and like shrugging.
The biggest like, what did he say?
Them just looking at each other.
What did
This
he
is
say?
bitch naughty. Really naughty.
Does he not socialize? Does he get out of his house?
I will say he does get out of his house, but he doesn't socialize at the tavern.
Oh, I get it. He grubs Hubs his dinner to the dorm room. I get it.
he gets Rowan to get it for him.
No,
Oh my fucking
specifically he actually just gets his food from the the library cafe because he hangs out at the library all the time.
God.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Nerd.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
As
He's
Uh,
the nerdy
Phil-
one.
super in love.
Yeah. Philin, unfazed by this fact, just smiles and says, "Oh, it's very good food. I highly recommend it."
He gets a smile and he says, I'm looking forward to trying it.
But yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to do.
Delicious. Okay, so do you guys just want to wait around until 7, or what was the plan? Because you guys,
I was just-
as like you as a party don't have to go look for a Sean, but if somebody wants to go try, you can.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Nah, I can't find. I don't have any spells that could help us find a Sean. Get fucked, emo boy. We can't find you.
Alright, what do you guys generally want to spend your 3 hours waiting then doing?
Actually, I do have things I can do with the biblioplex because I finished reading the books that I checked out last time, right?
Yes, you've read both of them.
Okay, I'm gonna take my books back and turn them back in, and then I am actually going to ask for probably just some random fiction book from home, see if they have it.
Yeah, okay. Let me look at my library. I have the library catalog.
Whenever I think about Fletcher, I think about that one like video where it's like, "Country boys, I love you."
Every time I
I
think about
love
Fletcher,
you.
I just think of that meme that's just like everybody having kids, getting married, but man, I just want to mow hay.
What world did Fletcher come from again?
We don't know.
Yeah,
Oh.
nobody asked him. But also keep in mind that not everybody on the first year floor is from a different world. Now I have a fun question for you, Sarah. Did you say a specific book that you were asking for, or are you legitimately asking for a random book from Exandria? Because I can do that.
Yeah, sure, I'll do a random one.
Okay.
I'm curious to see what would pop up.
Can I have a randomized book?
Yeah, do you want a random book? Are you asking for a random book from Earth?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Wait, I want to
Take
do that
part
for
in the book
Eberron.
data.
Can you give me a list of books that are canon from Eberron, my love?
Oh, you never asked me.
Well, I've looked up some before, but I don't know if it was easy to find. So I like asking you because you're good at finding things.
Oh, okay. I can do that after the session then. I can take a look, but I actually tried looking earlier and it's kind of hard to find books in the Eberron book, so
It is. It's really hard also on the wiki because it always wants to be like the novels, and I'm like, I don't want the real ones.
that
I want
was
fake
my
ones.
problem earlier. It kept giving me the novels and I'm like, I don't want the fucking novels.
I can say that you'll get a random one, and we can talk about it after the session because I do want you to
Okay.
get a nice, fun random book. But okay, Sarah. So you get back a book called Guard of My Heart, which is a real book.
Mhm. Hell yeah.
1 second, and then Motiva, you get a book called A Rogue by Any Other Name. And then Dove, we will decide what your book is.
Okay.
But you all get a book from home, which is very fun. Yeah. Anything else?
No.
Okay, you guys twiddle your thumbs for 3 hours and vibe. And read your trashy romance novels.
Yeah.
Which they are. Both of the ones I gave were romance novels, and Dove also can have a romance novel because it's fun. And then when the time comes around, you guys all kind of start to gather everybody, and you pick up everybody and kind of like wrangle everybody who said that they were going to come and meet up out front of the tavern. It's still busy, because again, it is where everybody gets dinner and everybody gets crunk. But you find Will and Rowan actually brought 2 friends. Both of them are dressed in Witherbloom colors, and one of them is a Yuan Ti with short black hair, and then the other one is a half elf with sort of ginger hair and a high ponytail. And you get all of your little planeswalkers that said they would come, and you go in, and it's very busy. But you see actually that in the corner, there's sort of like 2 tables pushed together that's been kept empty for you guys with all your food.
Yay!
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 I just thought it was really cute, the idea that they would be like, I heard holiday, we gonna hook you up.
Yay!
Let
Got
me get
fucking blessed.
let me get some music. The call. And you guys all come together around this table with food piled high on all of these different plates. There's some stew. There's breaded and fried chicken bites. There's heaps and heaps of just meat, both seasoned and skewered. A couple burgers, some fries, and also a very big pie with a leaf shape baked into the top of the crust. Yeah, and also, if any of you are looking at the menu, there's a little bit of everything else on the menu besides just what I described.
Oh yeah.
And you guys all sit down and are kind of animatedly talking. Rowan seems very excited to be here hanging out with like you guys, and technically apologizes for bringing 2 extra people, but doesn't like mean it. You know, it's just like, oh, like sorry, I brought my friends, but it's just like, you know, the more the merrier kind of situation.
Yeah.
And everybody starts digging in and setting up their own plates. Does anybody have any particulars about who you want to sit next to?
Where's a Sean?
You see a Sean. Wait, no, this is even better actually. Hold on a second.
Oh.
Oh
I
my
actually
God.
think a Sean would have been there when you got there, and he's kind of just like balancing on a chair. So he is there. You can sit next to a Sean if you want.
Thank
Oh.
God. I just wanted to make sure he was fucking there.
Yeah, he's just vibing. He thankfully is polite enough to not eat before you guys got there, so that's cool.
Aw. Does he look pissed that there's so many people?
I think he looks a little put off by it, but it's just by like a small grimace, and he doesn't look super pissed.
Motiva will like put her hands up and wave and say, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize there were so many people coming."
He just shrugs a shoulder and says, "The minute you said free food, I figured everybody was gonna say yes anyway." Who do you
Sit.
guys want to sit next to? You guys have 2 sides, so you can sit next to 2 NPCs as like a general like spend time with and make merry.
Yeah.
I think the harvest girl gets to go first.
Well, number 1, I'm predictable. I would like to sit next to Will.
Yeah.
And second of all, I would also like to sit next to Museem so that we can have the dragon talk whilst
Yeah.
we eat.
Oh, that's really fun actually, because I think what makes that section of the table really fun is I think all 3 of you kind of are having a discussion about dragons during it. And Museem is a little intense still, but I feel like he eases up the longer into the night you go. What do you guys?
Yeah.
Mackenzie.
Let me think here. Could I sit next to River?
Yer.
Yo. I don't know who the second one could be.
No, that's fair. You don't have to pick a second one technically. You can just say that you talked to River the whole time.
Ash, who were you gonna pick? Because I don't want to accidentally step on like toes unless I already did.
Looks at the floor. Chad.
Chad is
okay.
here. Chad's
Okay,
straight
that's
vibing.
fine. Okay. Maybe I'll just say River and Fletcher since I know they seem to get along and are
Yeah,
roommates
they do.
anyway. Okay.
Can I talk to Chad and Giselle?
Sure, that sounds fun. It's kind of a staccato conversation, that one, because they're both completely different vibes, but they're also both generally agreeable people. So it's like the weirdest but most natural posse ever. As you guys kind of just chit chat. Giselle in particular looks pretty excited to be here. And if asked why, she would talk about how her favorite holiday back home is also a harvest festival, and so it's just nice.
Oh.
Good taste.
Yes. And then as far as River and Fletcher, they both get along really well. With mostly River talking with full-on run-on sentences forever. And Fletcher interjecting occasionally, and so you kind of just bask in that farm life vibe. Yeah, and you guys have a great
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I also want to mention, because while Philin does spend most of the time sat between Museem and Will,
Yeah.
she is also continuously getting up and talking with everyone when she can and trying to play notes.
100%. Like, it's not like you guys are all separated doing this. It's just these are gonna be like who is like your focus, I guess, if that makes sense, for point reasons. But yeah, everybody is talking, and people are talking across the table, and people are sharing stories and laughing. And Rowan actually does like a toast. As you get further into the night, you do get the vibe that Rowan is a bit of a party girl, and is having fun here, having a party with some drinks with some friends, eating some food. So I just think that's fun.
Yeah. At some point, when it's like later into the dinner, Philona's just gonna kind of look around and get a kind of glassy look in her eye and smile.
Aww.
Oh.
Holiday.
Holiday.
I think it's very interesting to think about Philin, because this is definitely this is the first time you've ever been away from home, but especially so in a holiday when you normally would be surrounded by your family. But I think sitting here with all of these people who were genuinely interested in sharing this time with you, it makes you feel hopeful that you will be able to build a new family, not to replace the one back home, but to expand it. And I think it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever Rowan does the toast, I want Dove to lift up their drink and just say, to Phelan.
You hear a rousing echo of it as everybody kind of puts up their drink and like clinks it, and there's like some sloshing, you know how it goes. Most of the people here are probably having like drinks, but it kind of adds to the sort of like the holiday feast vibe.
Yeah.
Which also brings me to this. When you guys specifically are like drinking like a drink that might be alcohol, please keep me posted how many and what you're getting, so that you're either paying money or I'm keeping track on if you're drunk.
I should look at the list of drinks.
There's a lot of cool ones.
Yeah.
Can I see what Ashawn is drinking?
Yeah, I think Ashawn. Ooh, this is actually a fun question. I actually think he's just drinking like a plain black coffee. I don't think he's drinking like a mixed drink.
I think Motiva's gonna get a virgin drink. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I think Philin is actually going to drink a water of life.
Yeah. It's very pretty. It's a very multicolored drink. But it's very. The more you drink it, the more you realize how strong it is, but it doesn't taste that strong, so it's like the best of both worlds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Dove will get the amaranthine liqueur.
Yeah, you definitely can. And it comes, and it's this really deep red, but it's a little bit translucent. So in the dim light of the tavern, you can see through it, and it's very pretty. And something very interesting that you would notice, Philin, with your passive is that when Dove gets that drink and like toasts, you see that drink, and it seems familiar because that's the drink that Rutha was drinking when you were hanging out.
Oh.
Yeah. Which means she has that in her dorm room.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
The school!
We love school. Oh fuck! I almost fell over.
Well,
Everything's okay. That was just in character. That was me playing Rowan. Thanks, method acting. I hope you guys are having fun. I think this is really cute.
No, I
Yeah.
love this.
I'm delighted.
Yeah. You guys can hang out here and chit chat and spend essentially as long as you want. You can straight up just tell me how long you stay here, like in hours. And then you can go to bed for tomorrow. Or fight Ashan, depending on when you do it.
Motiva's just gonna knock on Ashan's shoulder.
You see he kind of goes to tilt his head to the side to kind of look over at you, still kind of balancing on his chair, and he's like, yeah.
Wanna show me your hook?
Yeah, you want to go out back? And he kind of gives like this like crooked grin because of how that sounds, you know?
Motiva's going to smile at that, and she says, "Yeah, no, let's do it."
Okay. And you hear, you all hear his like feet go to like thud against the wood, and he scoots back his chair, and he says, how's he gonna say this? I don't think he's gonna say anything. I think he's just gonna get up and he's going to go to walk away with Motiva. You guys can go with, or you guys can stay. It's up to you.
See, I'm thinking because I could go, but the more people that go, the more in trouble we're going to be, the more attention we draw to it. Because there's not going to be no professor watching that.
Yeah.
It's whatever you think your character would do.
Are you saying that people are narcs here?
No, I'm saying that there's not going to be a professor who watches that, so the more people that draw attention to it.
Mm-hmm. I think Felin would want someone there in case, like, there's some kind of injury, but she also wants to be here to host.
Yeah, because you're the host and you're having a good old fun time.
Yeah.
Phelan, do you
I
want
don't
me
know.
to go?
Yes, I think it would help to make sure that nobody gets seriously harmed.
Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them.
Thank you.
And Dove will excuse themselves, and also make their way.
Nice. So you guys walk out towards the back entryway of the Bow's End. Let me grab that map if I have it. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm gonna show this where basically you guys are kind of over here-ish, and you're gonna kind of go this way. So you're like kind of already in the corner, and you guys kind of go through the bathroom to the back of the establishment. And something very interesting as you guys get up and sort of walk past Motiva and Dove, since you're with Ashan, you notice that he actually looks over across the tap room, makes eye contact with the orc man that you saw earlier, and he kind of gives like a nod, and the orc man nods back and like looks away. And you go up back to fight.
Hello.
They got connections, what?
Yeah, no, you ask him. And he goes out to the back alley behind the tavern, and I'm gonna change the music. I think this deserves a music change.
Real big boy fight.
Yeah, a
Big boy fight.
Boy fight. I need to pause. I don't think I have fight music. Okay, so let me go ahead and put the music in. The Fury Gale music is really cool. If you didn't hear it, I think only Ash has heard it yet. Okay, Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, but it's very like high energy and cool. So you guys go out back, and it's kind of this thin alleyway behind the bar. And it's relatively clean back here. It's not like as sketchy as like some of you have seen in your big city days. And you see Ashawn immediately goes to start like stretching his shoulders, and he says, "How do you want to do this?"
Oh, I don't know. I've never done a duel. They're illegal where I'm from.
Fair enough. I don't generally fight to first blood. I think that's a bit distasteful. So do you just want to do till concede or disarm?
Let's do disarm. I won't lie. I'm mostly doing this because I actually do want to see your weapon.
Well, I'll try not to make it too fast then. And you see him go to take out his weapon, and you see, I keep making jokes that his pants are like trip pants, and it's because I feel like even though they're like black and strappy, they have a lot of pockets to them, and you see he reaches down to a pocket that's on his thigh, his right thigh, and he pulls out a hook, and it's about the size of his forearm in length of this thick wrought iron hook. It only has 1 point, so it does look like a fishing hook, essentially. And you see that it's actually attached to a long string of rope, and he starts to, I don't actually know what you call it, but like the lasso motion, as he just idly starts sort of like twirling it in his hand. And he kind of just looks at you with a cocky expression, and he says, "You can have first move."
Okay.
Motiva,
Yes.
do you want help in evening this duel, as it were?
What do you mean?
Oh, I was just asking if you would like some inspiration, is all.
Wow, that's fun.
Motiva.
I don't want to make you feel like I'm helping you because I think you're bad. I just wanted to ask, is all. I know that you've never dueled or anything.
Motiva will do a little thinking move while she puts her hair up, and she says, "Oh, I don't know. I think that if I lose, it's my fault."
Please feel free to prove me wrong.
So this is when I admit I have forgotten how to do combat.
That's really
Do-
fair. So we're not gonna do initiative because he's letting you go first. So you can just choose your action and bonus action however you want to do it. But we're gonna still be using basically combat rules. So you have a full action, a bonus action, and then like movement, essentially. You guys are gonna be about
So-
20 feet away.
So for my rapier, for Phelan's rapier, I would just roll dexterity and then add my bonus to hit
Oh, to hit with a
Go ahead.
weapon. So basically what you would do is you would roll a d20. You are... Did we roll that you're technically proficient in the bard stuff still?
I
or did we erase
actually
that?
am.
Okay,
I
then
actually
yeah.
am.
Then you'll add your proficiency bonus plus dex to hit.
Okay. Is there a way to roll for that on this? Hold on.
You would have to add the weapon into your like inventory and like add it to like your attacks for it to do it automatically for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Don't add a custom item. There we go. I'm so sorry.
No, take your time. You wanted to have a little fight.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Okay. You gonna smack?
I got a 20 plus 3.
my god. Nat 20?
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay. That hits him. So what's very interesting is I feel like the minute you go to thrust or slash, it's very apparent that you aren't super familiar with swords, but as he goes to step back, not even putting his weapon in the way, he's so confident, your blade goes to slice across his bare abdomen. Roll damage.
Am I gonna fucking kill him?
You aren't gonna kill him with this. Well, actually, that is a crit. Actually, are you gonna knock him the fuck out?
Can
Oh my
I do non-lethal? Can I do non-lethal? Can I do
Declare it as
non-lethal?
non-lethal.
Yeah, you can do
You can
non-lethal.
declare it
I'm
as
not gonna make you kill
non-lethal.
somebody.
Accidentally murders on the first day of classes.
I just think this is really funny that the first fucking hit of the game is a nat 20.
I love that, actually. I really love it, too, because I want to mention, Motiva looks like she's trying to batter him with a fucking club.
Yeah, Dove, sorry, what were you trying to say, Mackenzie?
No, I was just telling Ash that they can declare it as non-lethal because it's a weapon. Like,
Yeah.
that's it.
That's like a
Okay.
thing you can do. I'm sorry, we all panicked for a second, like, what the hell? I still think it draws blood because it is a crit.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of just this long stripe along his abdomen. I don't think he's bleeding too much because it's going to be non-lethal, but you nicked him, and he seems almost surprised by that fact. And now it's his turn. And he doesn't look mad. If anything, he looks not excited, but he looks like he is resizing you up, but in a way that's not belittling you anymore, which is a very interesting expression to see on his face when he's been basically like brushing you guys off this whole time. And he goes to start moving with his weapon, and something very interesting about this weapon is I don't know if any of you have seen a chain whip before,
I have.
but he fights with it like a chain whip where he's basically spinning this hook on this rope, and he does a lot of sidestepping and lunges, and sometimes he touches his hand to the rope to stop the momentum to make it go in a different direction or to change the spin. And it's very interesting, and he's going to try to hit you with the blunt end of his hook, which was his intent this whole time. You're the one who brought blades into this. So that's going to be a 16 to hit you.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Yeah, miss no armor.
Yee.
He bonks you pretty good, actually. That's gonna be a solid 4 bludgeoning damage as he kind of goes to spin it, and he on a downswing kicks the hook, and it kind of smashes into your knee.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's gonna be his turn.
Motiva is actually going to try and go to disarm him now. What do I roll for that? What would it be?
There is an actual roll for disarming, so 1 second.
I feel like Dove is definitely like gives a little clap, and like Dove wasn't trying to come off as pretentious when offering that. Dove was just trying to be helpful, but Dove's like
Oh, no,
really
100%.
impressed with Motiva.
Yeah, that was really fucking good. Okay, so there's an optional rule for basically just using a weapon attack to knock a weapon or item from a target's grasp.
Okay.
So you make an attack roll contested by my athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
19.
19? Okay, you do beat it. So you go to slash, and it is very interesting because you go to slash and you time it just right to knock directly against the hook, and it lets out this loud clang as the force yanks it from Ashan's hand, and he recovers enough to not lose the entire grip of the rope, but it's at the end of it, so to use it again, he would have to take the time to re-roll it back up. And he just kind of stares at it for a second. And he like looks at you for a second.
I just wave.
And he says, I thought you didn't know how to fight.
I don't dress like this for fun. I kick the shit out of bigots at home.
He kind of looks you up and down. And he kind of nods and says, alright. Sorry about your knee, but it should be fine.
I'm sorry, I got your stomach.
He kind of goes to look down at it, and he kind of like touches at it, and it's bleeding a little bit, but he also kind of just like gives a shrug. He says, I've had worse, so I'm just surprised it landed.
I'm not used to light weapons like this, actually. I was really scared.
And as you guys are kind of talking, he's rolling back up his rope with a hook. His hooked line, as he called it.
Oh, Sean, when we walked out here, I saw you looking towards someone. Was that an agreement that you two had about duels in the back alley?
Oh, Tulk? No. Those are always up. If it's something you want to do.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I found out about it the other day.
Oh, that's good to know, I suppose.
It helps when you're in a bar full of drunk and emotional college students for a place to crack some skulls.
You know.
And then I'm gonna put back the normal music. And something very interesting. As Ashan goes and gets his weapon back up, he goes to walk back to the door. And when he passes you, Motiva, he like gives you another look over and then just walks past you.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm
what do
winning.
you think?
I'm winning
Yeah.
this prom game.
Yeah.
I can't believe you earned his respect from a fucking rogue nat 20.
I think that that's the sexiest thing I could have done.
It's so interesting. I have to use the bathroom. This was fascinating as a combat encounter.
Oh.
Okay, we're back.
Motiva is gonna just motion to Dove and just say, come on, let's go back to the party.
Yes.
I'm gonna wipe the blood off the fucking sword.
Oh yeah, please feel free to do that. You see, I'm gonna say that Ashan probably hides that he's bloodied with like just like a cloak that he's wearing because that you would have realized when you're outside. It's actually really fucking cold outside right now, and you feel when you come back in the warmth of the tavern warms your bones.
Dove is actually going to wait a few moments until they think the bleeding would have stopped and it would have like completely gotten on Ashan's clothes and is going to try to very subtly cast Presto just to clean that shit off.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah. Ashan, I'm sure people notice that sort of thing, so I think that he like realizes what you're doing, kind of looks surprised for a second, but then kind of gives you a nod, and goes back to enjoying the party.
Dove
So
tries to just do it as subtly as possible, but smiles.
yeah. So Falin, since you got to be in here the entire time that was happening, what do you want to do anything fun, or are you just vibing?
It's not even. I'm having drinks. I'm talking with people.
Nice. How many drinks do you think Falin's been having? Be honest with me. How drunk are we getting today? It is a festival.
I do think it is a festival, so I think she'd let herself drink more than she typically would on a school night.
Oh yeah.
Getting a little bit wasted.
A little bit wasted. Yeah, I'll let you get like tipsy. I think that's a fun middle ground. Yeah. And I think unless there's any other particular scenes or conversations you want to have or things you want to do, I think that this is when we're gonna cut this. But I think that this is a very fun holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Nice.
this is a good time to cut it. We still have the rest of the evening too for mini sessions or whatever.
I meant the
Yeah.
festival. But we
Oh.
can stop this session also if you want.
No, please. I need to see the red teacher.
I did want to, if we're continuing with the session, I did want to have Felin use the sending scroll tonight to send to her family and wish them a
Aw.
happy harvest close.
That's really cute. If you want to DM me what you can put it in our little side channel what you sent to who you sent it to, and I will give you a response.
Yeah, I'll probably do that after the session, so I have time to
Yeah, 100%.
spread it out.
We can definitely do that. But also, I want to check to make sure that everybody wants to keep doing because it's about 9:30, and I could definitely get through the next lesson in like 30-40 minutes, but I don't want to keep playing if everybody is like wanting to wind down because it's been a long session already.
I obviously wouldn't mind getting it done.
Yeah. Dove, Felin. I almost said Motiva, but I already know you're Onion.
I am okay with it as long as it doesn't run too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, then cool. You obviously can still do mini sessions that are centered around this and hanging out with characters. I think that would be super fun, even if we're going into the next day.
Hell yeah.
Because the minute we get into sessions that take multiple days, mini sessions could be any time that you're alone in those days. So, you all go home and you have a pleasant rest after a fun time out. And you sleep very heavy with the alcohol and the good vibes and the warm food in your bellies. And I'm gonna change the music really quick. Okay, we're pressing play again because I have the music. So I'm going to change the music. As you wake up for a new day, and you get ready for class. Do you guys want to repeat the same thing that you did yesterday where you get ready and go to the Fire Jolt and get some coffee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Delicious. So you go, and you get a nice free snack and some coffee. I assume, Dove, you make your daily stop to say hi to Quintilly. And you have a bit of time for yourselves before your next class. And you show up in the same area that you did yesterday, where you come in and you go to the same room, and all of the first years that were there yesterday fill in after you. Mavinda is not here to greet you, but shortly after arriving, a different teacher appears. He is a tall and looming orc with a harsh face worn by years and combat, dressed in heavy rust-colored robes. He walks heavily with a gnarled wooden cane, and he doesn't look to any of you as he slowly makes his way to the front of the room. He doesn't address the class just yet, and instead busies himself with getting his own things in order as you all settle down and awkwardly wait for class to begin. After a few minutes, he gives a soft chuckle as he finally addresses you all with a booming voice. Hello, new recruits. I am Plarg, Dean of Chaos of Lorehold. You may refer to me as Dean, or if you're feeling particularly reverential, Dean Plarg. He steps around the desk at the front of the class, his heavy cane making a heavy thunk with each step. To get it out of the way early, I'm blind. If you have something to say or question to ask, speak it. Reluctance gets you nowhere in my classroom. He waits a second, almost cocking an ear. Do any of you say anything?
Yes, sir.
That's what I like to hear. Today, we will be discussing the theory and philosophy of red mana, and later discussing the kind of magic it brings forth and the creatures that utilize it. He waves a hand, and arcane energy glows from his fingertips, burning red like fire as it flies from his hand to float in the air around him. It spells out 5 words, the same words that you saw associated with red mana yesterday. Freedom, emotion, action, impulse, and destruction. Red is one of the 5 colors of mana on the color pie. It is allied with black and green, and is enemies with blue and white. Its mana symbol is represented by a flame, and its power is drawn from the mountains. Red embodies the principles of impulse and chaos, seeking freedom through action. It is regarded as the color of emotion itself. It sees things in terms of doing, not thinking, and would sooner rather act now than wait and think about its actions. Red likes to do things as quickly and with as much power as possible, heedless of danger or complication. In its own eyes, its actions are unrestricted and free. As he finishes that sentence, he stops for a second, and without really moving an inch or looking towards you, he calls out, "Fashionably late as always, Dean Nasari." And you all hear a bang as the door to the room is kicked open. Striding in and demanding your attention is a figure made of what looks to be pure lava. A humanoid figure made of solid and glowing orange, all features obscured by the light they give off. They are draped in a garish dress made from cuts of red and blue, with a flare of white frills to pop against their skin, which is on display with their bare arms and the high slit of a skirt, showing thigh all the way up to the hip. The figure, Dean Nasari you might suspect, strides down the center aisle with all the aplomb of a catwalk. Plarg, darling, did you get through all the boring parts? You hear Plarg give a bit of a laugh and say, "If by boring you mean the basics, then yes." Nasari seems to smile, at least their features seem to lift, and they give a dramatic twirl as they reach the front of the classroom, sending a poof of fire above the heads of every student in this classroom as they finally make it to the front of the room, arms held out as if waiting for a reaction.
One claps.
The cast prestidigitation of Excentric.
Yeah! You see their face sort of give this big smile and say, "Now this year is very promising." And I'm going to really quickly give you the art of these teachers that are going to be teaching you today.
What
Oh
the
my
fuck?
god.
What the fuck?
Can you see
All
why
of
I was
the
really excited for
deans-
the classes? Can you see why I was
Do
so
all of-
excited?
Do all of the deans just fucking hate each other?
Yes.
I mean, when you think about the enemy color combinations, are you surprised anymore? Because I'm not.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
God.
here's the orc,
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Dean Plarg.
Hello.
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 Fancy.
Yeah.
Hello.
And then here
Hello.
is Dean Nasari, my favorite dean.
Oh my god.
Word.
Yeah,
That was
no.
some outfit, man.
There is
Yeah.
so much leg showing.
Wait, so
yeah?
Larg is the dean of Lorehold, right?
Yes.
Or one
Yeah,
of them?
They both
Dean is
are.
a lore of
No, I don't think
Plarg-
she is. She's in fucking Prismari. Look at her.
Yeah. Plarg
my
is a
God.
dean of Lorehold, the red one. Dean Nasari looks to be a dean of Prismari.
I think they're both just red. I think that's
Yeah.
the only thing.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
it says with 2 sides of red.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
both the red deans coming to teach ya.
Oh my God. I want to mention Motiva's been recording this entire thing.
100%, 100%. I believe this. I believe this. You see, after Dean Nasari kind of grins at all of you, they go to start orating in a booming voice. Above all else, Red values freedom. It wants to do what it wants, when it wants, to whom it wants, and no one can tell it otherwise. Red thinks all you have to do is listen to your heart and simply act accordingly. letting your emotions guide you. It loves life more than any other color, and so it believes that all people must live to its fullest. That it would be so much more fun if everyone stopped caring about rules, laws, and personal appearance, and just spent their time indulging their desires through experience. Nasari steps backward, going to sit on the desk and crossing their legs, giving you ample view of their outfit, obviously, and goes to continue orating. Red doesn't live its life questioning choices it has made, and lives in the moment, spontaneous, and embraces every adventure put before it. The color of immediate action and immediate gratification. Red embraces relationships and knows passion, loyalty, camaraderie, lust. When red bonds with another, it bonds fiercely and strongly. As the new addition to your class seems to get situated in the lecture, Plarg goes to start speaking again, barely waiting for Nasari to finish their spiel before going back on point. Red looks on the world and sees adventure. Life is a chance to experience something, many things, and for Red there is no more worthwhile endeavor than to enjoy life by the adventure it offers. Experiences are what life is about, and to appreciate the full range of life's experiences, Red lives by emotion. What makes one laugh, what makes one cry, what one hates, what one loves. This makes up what a person is. Red believes that a person need only look to these things to find one's wishes and desires in life. To deny them is to deny one's life of meaning. Yeah?
Motiva's going to legitimately start recording. She's pulling out her
Like
camera.
the video? Yeah!
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Clark goes to walk around the room, nonplussed by the show that Nasari seems to be making. To accord with its beliefs, Red seeks out new experiences and new ways to express itself, and seizes on them. It finds these ends in the complementary pillars of impulse and chaos. Impulse, to Red, means emotional action. By acting, doing, as one's heart desires, and only by doing so, one can find happiness with the experience one has to show for it. With chaos, random action, Red creates the freedom for anyone to express his or her emotions. In a sense, by opening up new possibilities, Red's chaos frees novel experiences from the lattice of the status quo. And then Dean Nasari picks back up almost immediately, standing up quickly from where they sat. To live life the Red way, passionately, imminently, Red must be able to act on its impulses, doing what it feels each moment without delay. It doesn't want to be censored or controlled, because when one's passions are shackled from the action, a person cannot be who they are. To disallow them to be who they are is to destroy them. In Red's view, censorship is death. Nasari points to all of you, a captive audience to their performance, a firm conviction in their voice, before they wax poetic almost as quickly. To outsiders, Red might seem chaotic. That's only because others can't see what's in Red's heart. Red sees the concept of order of any kind as pointlessly inhibiting, believing that only through embracing anarchy could everyone really be free to enjoy life to the fullest, with no regrets. Plarg's voice picks back up, a somber tone to Nasari's flamboyant one. But by this point, you all seem to pick up that this is a song and dance they've had to do before. As such, the ideas of rules, of pinning someone to one course, even if their emotions urge them to another, is atrocious to Red. Where Red can see, those who dare to speak of rules and limits will meet with a furious ultimatum to shut up. All these things often get Red into trouble, which Red seems to not really care about. Red will fight against anyone who restrains anyone else, and the tools that Red uses to make this point, and those it uses to seek its own richness of passion, are the basis of the philosophy of the color red. One second.
That was a lot of emotion that was thrown at me.
Yes, it was. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. You see, after like all of Nasari's parts are like done, they essentially go to just sit in the chair at the desk and just let Plarg continue back lecturing. And he goes on to explain that the two aspects of red taught at Strixhaven are expression and chaos. Expression for the red of Prismari, and chaos for the red of Lorehold. And about how you will get a bit more of a summary of those concepts on the day next week when you are taught about specific colleges. This is my lecture about color philosophy, and all of them are going to be this extra every time because all of the deans don't know what they don't know when to shut up. They don't. They're so extra.
I am in love with this presentation.
I'm gonna change the music now, because now study hall's happening, because that's the whole lecture. Which was definitely wild because one half of the people teaching obviously was like, yeah, I'm gonna like tell them the vibes, and then Nasari is like, no, I feel everything all of the time.
Lust,
I
passion,
am the
have
vibe.
wild sex.
Have wild, raunchy sex all the time, whenever you want.
Oh, the forest. Live as you please.
Anarchy!
Fuck the cops.
Nasari said fuck the cops, and also Plarg said fuck the police.
Yeah, at least they agree on that one thing. They're shaking hands like, we hate the government, kids.
I like a lot that this gives you the vibe that like, yeah, the deans of a particular college hate each other, but the deans of the same color, hey, relatable.
Hey, we vibe.
Fuck the cops.
Oh my god.
Do we have an assignment today?
Yes. So the assignment for today is Plarg asks you to write a short paper on a example of using red mana either in your life or just a practical example of magic that uses red mana.
Oh, Motiva is immediately writing shit down, and then she just comes right back up.
Nice. I'll wait for everybody to be done. Do you guys want me to pause for it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll pause. Okay, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, come give your paper to the two
No.
deans.
Miss Motiva will give the example of how she chose to go against her classical training to pursue her music career.
Nice. What stat are you picking?
Krimba.
Krimba. Give me the Krimba.
Please stop this.
You see, as you sort of give over your paper, Dean Nasari goes to stand up and is like, yes, that's what we're looking for. Amazing.
Thanks. I said.
Okay, cool. You go. Who wants to be next?
Sarah, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
You can go.
Dove will stand up and turn in the paper to both of them.
Mhm.
And Dove has basically written about how red to them is how they have challenged the law of their home when it has failed to protect their freedom of both themselves and others, and has failed to allow them to express themselves. And basically, how they have helped people against,
Yeah,
that
fuck the
in order
man.
to protect them and do what
Woo!
they want and what they want to do.
Yeah, give me your roll.
Oh, okay. I will do it with charisma.
Nice.
17.
Nice. So something very interesting when you turn this in. So, something very fun. When Plarg goes to read over your paper, he actually holds it, and you see him go to press his fingers against the paper, And actively as he is doing it, the letters on the page light up. This bright red color. And he reads it by touch, which is very neat. And I think both of the deans express very animatedly that you understood the assignment and not exactly saying fuck the man, but they both like agree like fuck the man. That's great.
Yay. And Dub will just smile and go to sit back down.
Nice. Philin.
Fellin's paper is about how she lives by the philosophy of red mana every day by striving for new experiences to grow from and new people to experience them with.
Oh, that's fun. Give me your roll.
I'm use wisdom.
Wisdom.
Wisdom. That landed on top of my other dice.
It's
What?
okay. Do it again.
It bounced and it bounced on top of the other pile of dice that I had right next to it.
Oh my
That's
god.
the god dice. That's the god
It's a
dice.
dirty 20 though.
Okay, yeah, let's use your dirty 20. Let's see. So I think that in regards to that in particular, I think that Plarg goes to give you a kind of a rough smile. It looks kind of intimidating considering how his face looks. He is a very intimidating looking orc man, but he gives you a nod and says, we could have more people like you at this school. I'm excited to see where you go from here.
And Smiles gives a bow and says, "Thank you."
Uh,
Rolls it down.
Yeah, and as you all turn in your papers, essentially immediately, Nasari goes to like move to leave and says, well, this has been lovely and fascinating. Please keep me posted on any developments. Have a wonderful school year. And they leave. And so Clark starts study hall without them. And this is whenever you can ask questions about red mana, and like the pinnacles of how it's taught at Strixhaven, the vibes, that sort of thing. Or you can also help people study again, because I thought that was really cute.
I'm gonna show River the fucking video I took immediately.
Yeah, I think River is super jazzed because that was like kind of really cool. And River and you start talking about how it was kind of neat. River makes an offhand comment like, if classes were always like that, I would pay a lot more attention.
Dove will walk up. Oh, sorry. Were you saying something, Motiva?
Oh, no. I just realized that Lily left, so I was surprised.
Dove will walk up to Fletcher, kind of place a hand on his shoulder, and just smile and say, so what did you think of the lecture today?
Well, that was interesting, I guess. I was a little shocked at how different it was from yesterday. But I guess I like understood what they were saying a bit better. You know?
I think I can understand that. It was less of the more complicated theories of it and more just of what it means and plenty of examples.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Didn't expect them to come storming in like that though. Practically just jumped out my skin.
Oh, and the fire too.
Hope nothing got singed. And you see he goes to like self-consciously check his hair.
Dove also checks and says, "Oh, no, you're all right. You're good."
Okay, good.
Yeah, and I think Dub will just discuss with Fletcher about stuff.
Yeah, and I think Fletcher feels a lot more comfortable talking about it today, which is exactly the same vibes as what you said. It's more just talking about what it means and like what it can mean instead of like,
And practical applications of like it's
mm-hmm,
freedom, it's expression, and that's so much easier to understand than just being like
allies,
yeah,
enemies,
enemies,
magic, woo.
magic,
Yeah,
we.
exactly.
Is Phelan gonna do anything?
I think she's gonna go hang out with Delaney again.
Eleni seems a lot more jazzed today than yesterday. And as you go to discuss the lesson with them, they're just like, "Oh, it was amazing."
Flynn smiles and notices this. It was quite a show, I must say. I don't believe I've ever had a lecture like that.
It was such a rousing speech too. Expression, emotion, anarchy.
Flynn nods her head. It says, admittedly, upon pondering it, I don't believe red mana is quite a good fit for me. But you seem to be enjoying it.
I just think it sounds a lot more interesting than they were talking about yesterday.
Mhm. I am very fascinated by it.
I think I would love to see a bit more of it in action.
Well, have you been to Prismati?
I did, yes, when I got my uniforms changed. It's beautiful.
Isn't it? I have never seen architecture like that.
I haven't either. Fascinating.
Uh,
Wow.
I think Philin is just gonna have small talk like that.
100%. Once again, Eleni is barely talking about the lesson, just vibes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just have a little bit of fun. And with that, unless anybody wants like an example question to Plarg, I will cut it here because I've been DMing for so long and I am so sorry.
I think it's been great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna stop recording.